Yeah, I'm done.
Okay, why be raising your hand? Abi?
Okay, I wanted to ask you a question. Sorry, Tosin, I like the fact that you said you looked at that elders clashes on an economic province, and you said no northern no northern leader or northern governor will come and just say he wants to stop open grazing. I agree with you. So what do you think they can do, the so-called northern airline, not to stop this, to curtail
Buhari,
this whole issue?
Buhari gave these guys money to build ranches. I hope you know. Buhari gave them. None of them built
They did not-
anything. They died the money.
exactly. So
They
so what do you
died
think
the
we can
money. I
do
think
now?
only Kaduna, I think only Erufai built. Other
I'm not
states,
talking about I'm not talking about what Buhari did now. I'm saying that you now, that you're looking at it from an economic, lens. What do you think they can do apart from those things that you say Buhari did that did not work?
they
What can we
let me
do? Then
unfortunately,
before you answer, please let me just say this too. And I think I agree with you on the political landscape of the southeast. I think the APGA should look for a party in the north, just the way the AD and ADC matched with the CPC to have a coalition. I think the APGA too should merge with a political party in the north. Let's have a conversation. Moving forward, I think we need those allies. We need together. If not, it's going to be shuffling northeast, northwest, north central, southwest, south. But if you have an ally in the north, it's easier for you to get votes from the north. Like strongly. I strongly agree with you on that, Tosin. I agree with you. For moving forward, because I will tell you for free, me, I supported Peter Obi because I wanted to see an Igbo presidency. I don't care about their competence now. I just feel they're part of Nigeria, and it's just 4 years or 8 years. He no go put the villa for him pocket cut out. After the 4 years or 8 years, he will leave. Another person will come and do. But I want to see how the presidency will look like. Unfortunately, it did not happen the last election. And the way we are going, I think you are very right, Tosin. They need that strong coalition with the North because they already have votes in the Southeast and South by default. And whether we like it or not, the Southwest will not support you like that. That's the bitter truth. That's the bitter truth. Thank you for bringing that to my attention. You can answer my question on the ranching.
yeah, like I said on the ranching, the governors.
Sorry, I have a question for the last speaker, Yusuf Afana. So
Grandmaster,
I
Alpha.
see you. I did, my brother. I greet you guys. Good morning. Happy morning to everyone. So I just heard Tosin say that the Igbos are not too sensible when it comes to politics. I would take that as an insult. No problem. We deserve it. But the question I want to ask is, please, with all the coalitions that you guys have built in the past, I want you to list for me, at least for the Southwest, 3 tangible impacts it has made in the life of the average Southwesterner. I'm not talking about political gains. And I also want you to list the same for the North, the impact it has made in the past 20 years. You understand all the cooperation and the coalition you have built. If you can provide me any tangible, maybe just two examples for each zones, I think I will rest this
Okay.
discussion of
Let
coalition.
me
Thank
answer
you.
real quick. Let me answer that. And Grandmaster, this coalition I'm talking about is to win elections. It's not about what is going to happen to those people in that region. If you want to win elections, you
That
need
is the
numbers.
thing. Now you're not my question. You're not getting my question.
I'm
Let me
So
giving you a
you
direct answer to the question.
sorry, just a moment now. Calm down, please. Just let me get my question first. I'm not. It's not a. We are not fighting over this. It's just a simple question. So I understand that the coalition is to win an election, and I'm happy with that. It's not a problem. Okay, Buhari was the president of the North of Nigeria for the past 8 years. I want you to list for me 2 things, important things. Let's say policies, or let's say lasting impact that the presidency of Buhari has left for northern Nigeria, in the 8 years he was there, that we can point out to say, okay, this is what he has left northern Nigeria, and this is what they gained from that alliance they built with the ACN. And now, what's his name? Tinubu is the one who's there. All these things based on the same coalition alliance. Maybe it's too early to judge Tinubu's impact in the southwest, but my people say that it is from this thing, the smell of farts, that you can actually understand how horrible the physics will smell. So from what I've seen the past 1.5 years he has been there, well, let's say going to 2 years, I would say it's intangible. So I want to understand the basics of all these things people keep badging us in the southeast with, that we must always do this, we must always do that, that we don't understand politics. What has it actually brought for these regions that have been doing this in these years? That is what I want to understand. And I need tangible examples. I don't need like conjectures or all this kind of thing. I need tangible examples, impacts. That's what I want to know. Thank you.
Yeah, can I answer the question?
Grandmaster, so let me answer. Grandmaster, what I'm saying, I'll still stay by that. For example, the Buhari's 8 years as president, I'm not looking at the impact in the north. I think in Nigeria, Buhari did infrastructure from the Niger Bridge, from the blah blah, from the Kano to Zaria Express to Kaduna Express, from the Abuja to Kaduna Express that has stopped working. He did infrastructure. I totally agree. In terms of security, Buhari failed us. You get, but that is not the bone of contention, Grandmaster. You're not getting me. So the coalition is not. I'm not looking at the coalition that is going to be an advantage to the region. No, I'm looking at the coalition as a means to get power. Because if you don't have power, you cannot do anything. So that is my own, and I stand by that. The whole idea of the
You're
coalition.
still contradicting. You're still contradicting yourself, Yusuf. So the aim of the coalition is to gain power, but the discussion you guys are having is that certain policies cannot be
Can
changed
I
unless you find yourself in
can
position
I
of
If you
power.
can I
don't
answer
get
the
power,
question?
you
Okay,
cannot change those
maybe
policies.
Tosi can answer
I
this.
brought it
If
up.
you don't
Maybe
get
Tosi
power,
can answer this.
Grandmaster,
I don't know.
Grandmaster, if you don't
Then
have power,
what are the changes that the coalition you have built so far, the lasting impact he has made?
I said
Because you have also tasted that
Let me
there
power.
answer.
are
I
no
brought up the
changes,
point.
Grandmaster. The coalition was just to win elections, and they've won the election, and they've moved on. Fuck the changes for now. But if you are outside the corridor, you cannot make decisions for the country. But if the power is with you, you cannot come and do your own thing for 4 years or 8 years and get out. So the coalition is not for me, for my region, or for your region. It's for you to have power and for you to be able to do something with that power. Because if you don't have power, you cannot do anything. That's a straightforward answer. But Tosi can answer, Wala.
All right, let me answer. So, Grandmaster, this question is quite funny because I know you're a sharp guy, so I don't expect this kind of question from you. I don't know. You have to honestly, you have to just decide, Grandmaster. What do you want to pick? Do you want to continue ranting on Twitter about policies that you have no say in and you cannot change, or you want to put your person in power that you think will do your best bidding? You have to decide. It's a very simple decision. Do you want the power to be with the person you know can help and put policies that will you benefit from and your family, or you want to continue ranting on Twitter? And if you decide that you want power, you have to find a coalition with the North. Only the South and the South East can do it. So let us be realistic. That's number one. Then number two, you said, what is the benefit of what has Tinubu done for his region? It's a snowball effect. Tinubu has put a lot of people in the Southwest in positions. All the positions they are seeing, Southwesterners are there. They are bringing these federal resources to their states. They are collecting the money, even if they are not stealing the money, bringing it to their states, other people in their states. Even if it's in the 1%, a lot of people are benefiting, you know, in positions and everything. And also, look at the Lagos Calabar Coastal Highway. That is not a priority project, but he brought it 15 trillion or so, project PPP. He did it to Lagos to Calabar. He didn't say Lagos to Akwa Ibom or Lagos to Anambra, sorry. He said Lagos to Calabar. He stopped it at Calabar. So you should understand, politics is all about interest. And he will put his own interest, then his region's interest first. So if you decide that you want to continue watching the Southwest and South and the North play these political games and share the Nigerian resources among themselves while you're complaining and ranting and crying, it's up to you. You just have to make that decision for yourself. And whatever you have to do to take that power and get it for yourself, and you have to do that too, which means you need to partner. So you have to decide. It's a very simple thing. Do you want to get power, which means you have to partner with the North, or you want to continue fighting everybody's wars and fighting the North and be out of power and be watching and ranting? No one is going to beg, nobody's going to give you power a la carte. No one's going to give you free power in this country. So it all depends. So saying that what is the benefit, what has the Southwest and what have other people gotten from presidency? You guys are the same people complaining that Buhari did not do real line for you guys, but he did it for himself and guys in the G. Was not because he was this country and what you can benefit from power. So that's also it, man. So you can, that question is quite lazy. Grandmaster, you're smarter than that now. Come
All right, thank you. I'm happy you said it's quite lazy. So let me say my own parts because not even this can carry me come. You see, the thing is this. This is my own, take on this. The problem with people like you guys is that you people are very selfish and you view things in this life from a selfish, perspective. So the moment you see people who are selfless, you understand, you look at them as fools that they don't understand. And I feel like honestly, maybe Igbos, that is what you guys need to start becoming, right? You need to be more selfish.
exactly. Very
You
selfish.
know, people. So for people to take it seriously, because you just came up here, you told me about, dude, watch out. So one or two people that will become millionaires or billionaires by Tinubu and everything, fine. Yeah, it has a ripple effect. We understand. But the truth of the matter still remains that as it stands today, the North is not a better off region than it was in 2011, 2010, 2008. The Southwest the same. The number of out of school children in the Southwest has increased. The North has doubled. Poverty has increased, and I'm talking about not only about the Southwest and the North. This is Nigeria, the whole of Nigeria, but I want to be emphasized on those two because these are the ones that have been holding power for the past couple of years now, right? The number of out of school children in the Southwest and poverty has increased. You understand? The same thing has happened with the North. The people in the North are not better off security-wise. They are being massacred on a daily basis by criminals of their own making. The same thing is happening in other parts of this country, in the Middle Belt, in the Southwest, in the Southeast. People are being massacred. So if you look at it as a collective, which is how governance should be viewed, and not as an individualistic something, this nonsense alliance and coalition you guys have been building has helped absolutely nobody. Let's be realistic with it. So it's not anything that you people can come and mock a particular part of the country with, because even your coalition has brought absolutely nothing. What it has done so far is to enrich a couple of few people that will most definitely move that money out of this country,
Grandmaster, can
build
I
their own
engage?
legacies outside this country. No, let me finish, please, Tosin, because you had your own time. I did not interrupt. I just asked the question. So let me finish. You can engage me. Nobody this thing carry me come. What thing carry me come now? This nonsense can killing something that you're talking about now, right? That's what brought me up. So, because I've been observing, but I will talk about that. I don't even want to talk about this politics thing too much because I know too like in Nigeria politics, to talk about them now because I feel like this is a waste of time talking about politics now. There's no election coming, so I just me draining myself. But the point I'm making is this: you can say it's a lazy question, you can say everything you want to say. The only reason why you say it's a lazy question is because Tosin, you don't live in Nigeria. You live outside Nigeria. You live in a comfortable place, so it is cool for you
Bro,
to
I live in
be,
the Ikateleki, bro. What you say? Horizon
I
Heights.
know, I know, sure, I know, sure, I know, sure, I know,
I
sure.
just gave you
It
my
dey sound like
address.
person they live for.
What you say?
It dey sound like person they live for Yankee. It dey sound like person they live for
Bro, I live in
Yankee.
Ikate. I'm telling
But
you,
anyway, the point I'm
so
making is this. Okay, let's even imagine you're living in. Let's just say this. I personally, I know that yes, it is going to be difficult for the Igbos to see. I feel like maybe Igbos need to be more selfish. Like you said, I see what you mean, build alliance. But the truth is this: most of the times when people build alliance in this country, it is always against another part of the country. It has never been for the collective good of the people, and that is why your alliances keep failing. Hmm? If you look at your alliance you built in 2015, the entire alliance was built against the man of Jonathan and also against the hate of the Igbos. Because according to them, the Igbos were in Jonathan's government, even though that government had many people from different parts of this country in that government occupying, good positions and important positions. But it was made an Igbo affair and a Southern affair, right? At the end of the day, that alliance has collapsed because it wasn't built in the interest of the people. Maybe this is how we should start looking at Nigeria because it's now obvious that nobody gives a damn about this country. You understand? We can trade the lives of millions of people, drag multiple, millions of people into poverty. In the past couple of years, more than 30 million Nigerians have crossed, the poverty line, have gone below, they have gone under. This will be forgotten by history, right? So I don't think it's about that. What it's about power to hold power for no policy, nothing will come out of it. Because I stand, here to say that what's his name? Buhari, for as long as he stayed in that position today, does not feel safe in Castina. That is a president of this country. You understand? Who championed some of the worst, jihadist mindsets and, people with some of the worst jihadist mindsets in this country. At the end of the day, he's been chased away from his own home by jihadists. You see the failure? I want you to tell me what impact Buhari left for the people of the North today. You can come and say it's all about power and everything, but power with nothing to attach to it is a waste. You don't just get power because you get power. You get power to impact the life of those who are close to you. If you cannot impact the life of everybody.
But which one is better?
But as it
Which
stands
one is
today,
better, Grandmaster? Which one is better? Power without impact
for
or no
me
power?
personally, no. The reason why I actually had to pick up this is because you people say these things about the Igbos as if the Igbos are idiots. But at the end of the day, they were the ones who have always played the selfless game in this country. But the more they play the selfless game, the more people look at them as idiots. That is why I'm coming up here to say, maybe it is actually okay now if we actually focus on us. You understand? Be a little bit more selfish, because Nigerians do not appreciate people who are selfless. When people come and play politics, of selflessness, they are looked as idiots. So, it's about getting power, grab the power and do nothing with it. Buhari was literally... You cannot point out one single thing that Buhari has done to make the North better. The North is not better today. The North is worse off than it was in 2015, and that is the fact of life. You understand? That is the fact of life. So you
But
cannot come and make...
But he was president for 8 years based on the coalition, right?
That is the thing. But what is the point of... Now, I don't understand English for this place.
Now you, Grandmaster, now you know the understand what they talk.
What then is
For
the
you
point
to
of the
get power,
coalition?
for you to get
What has
power
been...
and do
Wait
nothing with
now.
it,
And he
and you
got
not
the power,
getting
and then
power,
what
which one is
happened?
better? No, which
And then what
Grandmaster, please answer
happened?
me.
And then what happened? And then what
No,
happened?
as in
So
for you to get power,
I
and do
don't want to.
nothing with
This
it,
I don't want to do
and
this
you
back
not
and
having
forth. I
power, which
beg.
one
I
is
did
better?
drive. I beg. I don't want to do this back and forth. Don't be taking me come. Make I just say
Grandmaster,
this.
you
Make I
like
do buy
opposition
gas.
politics. You don't want this power. You don't want to win. What's the point of
You
supporting
understand?
government
No,
if
it's
it's
not
not
about
peaceful?
opposition
Because they're
politics.
just
It's
basically
not
saying,
about. Tosin,
Grandmaster,
wait.
I
Make
don't
I
want to
finish
You don't want to win.
now. You
you don't
guys
want
should
to
allow me
win.
Grandmaster, you don't
finish.
want
I
to win.
beg.
You don't want to win.
You guys should let me.
I beg, Grandmaster, na your mic.
I beg. Allow me to finish. I beg. I want to go and buy gas. I did filling station. I did hear the block road. I beg. So let me just end with this, because I'll come back and speak on what actually brought me. And not be this one carry me come. I am not telling you that grabbing power, holding power, seizing power is not something we don't want. People want it. Power is intoxicating. But when you people continuously mock a section of the country and call them naive, they are not smart when it comes to politics and all this nonsense. When your politics that you have played, this politics of sectionalism, this sectional politics you have played, this politics of bitterness that the rest of the country has played, has brought them absolutely nothing. That is why I keep reminding you that from 2015 till today, the North has not become better. The Southwest has not become better. The Southeast has not become better. No part of this country has become better because of the coalition you guys formed. It is worse off. So if your coalition and all these things you people always try to spite us with about not being politically savvy and everything has brought you absolutely nothing. I don't think any of you stands, the right to come and tell people what to do. But as it stands today, maybe those who play actually politics of nationalism are the fools, and they should stop being the fools. So that's what I've gotten from you guys. You understand? Let us play tribal politics in this country. That is the best way. We can start building alliance. Maybe the Southeast can build an alliance with the North against the Southwest, and that will be fine. That will be a beautiful country where everybody is at each other's neck.
That's what we are
Maybe the
saying
North
since
can
now,
build an
Grandmaster. That's what we are saying since now.
wait now, make I land now. That is what I'm saying about you people. To say, let's not come and pretend that we are all here for the betterment of this country, because it is obvious that we are building these alliances just to better ourselves
Grandmaster,
and to fight
politicians
other
pretend to
people.
win election. Know that and no
Okay,
peace.
allow
Pretend
me
now and just win
now.
election.
Now allow me to finish now. Which kind
Me
of
too,
thing
I
be
won't
this
go
now?
buy gas at the back.
You keep interrupting me. I don't want to shout. This is morning, for God's sake. I'm blocked. Bro, I beg, don't they do this thing, I beg. I don't like this shit. Let me finish and I'll give you the mic. The point I'm making, and I still remains, is that do not think that your inability to play a politics of national interest makes you more politically savvy than the rest of those who actually have the interest of the country at heart. Because when you continuously tell them that, they are not smart enough to build alliances against other parts of this country, against the interests of the rest of the country, because they want to win an election, hold power, that they are not smart. If that is how you think politics is being played elsewhere in the world,
then I say good luck to you guys, right? But maybe Igbo should learn something from this. Maybe the rest of Nigeria should learn something from this. Maybe the middle belt, maybe the south, right? I understand that in this country, it is not about people playing politics to benefit everybody. It's about regional interests. Just like Tosin said, Tinubu has made billionaires who are Yorubas. The rest of the nation can go and die, right? They don't care about the rest of the nation as long as those billionaires are Yorubas. But they will still operate in this country that also other people occupy, unless those Yoruba billionaires will go and operate in a different country altogether, in a Yoruba country, right? They are still going to operate in this country. Maybe Buhari has made billionaires who are northerners. Maybe that's the best thing. So maybe we can actually start playing that politics of interest and regionalism and forget all this pretense of national politics that we are all one Nigeria nonsense. Because at the end of the day, the more people try to show you that it is the national interest that should be paramount, the more people continue to mock them and use all these kind of derogatory words on them and all this nonsense. I think that you guys are smart. No, at the end of the day, let me end it with this. If you look at Nigeria as it stands today, as it stands today, Nigeria stands today. This truth will hurt you guys, but I'll tell you guys this truth. As it stands today, Nigeria stands today. Per capita, individual, bar for bars, I don't think there's any other region or any other group, forget all the nonsense, that does better than the Southeasterner. There is none. Do you know why? The average Southeasterner does not depend on you to survive. He has learned how to survive on his own from childbirth. He has already understood that the government will never come for him. So he tries to do whatever he can do to better himself the best way he sees fit. As it stands today, I don't think there's any region. So if after all your alliances and your coalitions and everything, you cannot even do better than those people that you always mock that cannot build alliances, then my brother, I think you need to do some soul searching. Let me just go and buy my gas. I beg at the gas station. I'll come back and
Grandmaster,
speak on what
you
I
need
want
to
to say.
listen. Okay, just wait and listen while you're buying your gas. So you first said, why do you have to
I need to
build?
buy the gas. I want to. I beg, no vex, I beg. I dey travel now 3 hours.
Okay,
Leave.
why do you have to build coalition against anybody? Politics is all about opposition. You need an opponent to win. You can't just win if you have no opponent, right? So you saying nobody's saying you should come and hate anyone. You have to win against an opponent, against your rival. So if another region is in another party going against you, and you partner with the North to win election, does that mean you hate the other region? So I don't get this whole point of we need to be national, and everybody plays national politics, and everything's about interest. You that are supporting Obi here, that you can do anything for Obi. You are supporting Obi because you know that when Obi enters there, you have more influence, and you can tell Obi. You have people that can reach Obi and tell Obi, do this, do that, do this, even in your region. I'm very sure part of the reason why you're supporting Obi is because you want federal might. You want federal signs in your region too. Everything that other regions have benefited that you have not gotten. I'm very sure Obi enters power today. You say, okay, where's our own rail line? Where's our seaport? These are the questions Grandmaster used to be asking. And that's why you support him, because you want somebody that is closer, you want to be closer to the power so that you can also benefit. So when you come here and say we're selfless, we don't want it for Igbos need to be selfish, Igbos are selfless. Who is selfless in this country? Grandmaster, if you like say, just come here, come whine us, because I know say you be sharp guy. So all these things are just whining. Who is selfless? Everything's all about personal interest, even down to the local election. So all these selfless, Igbos are selfless. Everybody's selfless. Everybody's selfish. It's all about personal and regional and state.
But Tosin, Grandmaster keep asking that the 8 years of Buhari and the 4 years of Tinubu, what has it done to the Southwest or the
But
Northwest?
but grandmaster
Grandmaster,
is
nothing. It has not done anything.
but
But they
grandmaster.
have power.
No, Yusuf, hold on.
You need that
Grandmaster
power now.
Yusuf, calm down. It's not by Grandmaster is the same person that comes on Twitter to complain about there's no rail line, there's no seaport in the east, there's no this thing, and they are doing that in the north. When they did dry seaports in the north, Grandmaster was complaining. When they wanted to, all these things that you're always complaining about. You're complaining because you want it in your region. And that's about interest. So when you come here and say, if you're selfless, why are you complaining that they are doing it in other regions, they're not doing it in your region? So everyone has interest, right? For their own region and themselves too. So, but what I'll just say is, I don't from your point now, it seems like I don't know what is Obi's pathway to victory without coalition with the North. Do you think only the Southeast and the South can do it against Tinubu?
Guy, but
Hmm?
Obi won like 4 states in the north, and you keep
Oga,
Oga,
forget
forget.
Forget
Yeah,
what
he won
2023.
45 seats plus Abuja.
Chukudima. Let
Why
us
will
be
I?
real.
Why will I
If
forget? Why will I forget what happened yesterday when I'm not even
Chukudima,
forgetting what happened in 1960
Chukudima,
that I did not witness?
can you beat your chest today and tell me Obi will win the same place he won last election
I think he will even win more.
against Tinubu with federal might?
Is it federal mind that is
Ah,
voting in the election? Is it federal mind that is
is it not
counting the
federal might
vote?
that won election in Edo State? It's not federal might that won that. It's not might that
Oh my, you
won.
guys are echoing. You guys are echoing.
So Chukudima, let us just be real. Like, see, I mean, I can't even beat my chest and say Obi will win Lagos State again. Let us be honest. Because if they do what they did for the governorship in this next presidential election, there's no way Obi will win. All that violence,
What did they do for the governorship? What did they do for the governorship? Please tell us. What
all
did
the
they do?
violence now, all the rhetoric, tribalism and everything, all that came out in governorship now. All that was not there in presidential. Everyone came out to vote in presidential. It was governorship they went pro max. And definitely it's that same governorship election card they're going to take for the next presidential. Now that they know that okay, we did it for governorship, it worked. And trust me, nobody's going to go and fight and die for Obi. Once they see that there's fight, there's violence, there's Agbero killing people, no one is going to go and fight.
What can we do to stop all this, Tosin?
Forget.
What
There's
can we
nothing you
stop?
can
What
do.
can we do to stop all this tribal
There's nothing you can do.
violence in our elections? What can we do to
There's
stop it?
nothing you can do.
There's nothing we can do.
Yes, that's that reality.
Okay, okay,
There's nothing you can
okay,
do.
good.
If the presidency is sponsoring it, what do you want to do? You want to go and fight the presidency. If Bayo Onanuga is sponsoring it, presidential spokesperson is sponsoring it, what do you want to do? If I buy Ononuga a day before the election comes out and say, don't
Why
let
are you
Igbo
talking
take over
about
Lagos State.
coalition now? Why are you talking about coalition now? If they can do it in Lagos, they can repeat it in the system. Why are you talking?
That's
I mean,
but no,
what
no,
is
no,
it?
no.
What
See,
is what is?
Because it's coalition,
Huh?
because it's coalition, you have the numbers. You have the
you two
numbers,
are
and it's
shouting
very
now.
easy to
Calm down.
manipulate
Nobody
you.
wants to come up here.
But if you don't have the numbers, they can manipulate you.
God. I beg you, Suva, using airports, I beg. You're too loud. I beg, just reduce your mic or something.
Tosin, I
I
think
mean,
you've
more than no
spoken
vex,
for so long
more than
now,
no
but
vex.
I think
But it's the love of the
you've
country. It's the love of the
All right, all
contradicted
right.
country.
Let me
yourself
go
a
down.
lot.
Let me go down.
No, you've contradicted yourself a lot on this space. But what I have to say, I think I will take your advice, and I've been saying it for a long time as well. For who cares to know Igbo politicians? I know we are majorly like Republicans and Democrats at the same time, but I would like the Republican part of us to kind of suffocate the Democratic part of us going forward. We cannot save everybody. That's just the truth. It's time for us to just face that truth and just be a bit selfish about ourselves, rather than trying to save everybody, especially what happened in Edo State. I think my submission then was like, whoever that is wearing the shoe knows exactly where the pain is coming from. So that person should be able to address the situation and see how the pain is coming from, see how he can get help that he needed. By the end of the day, every time we want to take fights that is happening in Ondo State, we want to take on fight that's happening in Lagos State, we want to take on fight that's happening in the north and all that. It's time we focus on ourselves. That's all I have to say. We just have to focus on ourselves. Grandmaster, respond to your DM, I beg.
Okay, thank you, guy. Thank you very much. Can I now make my submission? I beg, Chukwudema, I beg, no vex.
Yeah, go on.
So I go enter freeway very soon, and if I enter, I don't know how this network will be. Okay, thank you. So actually, what's even brought me up in the first place? Those similar to Nakomod. So it's about this entire, Uromi thing. You see, I've been watching, I've been listening, I've been observing for the past couple of days as my people keep falling into the same trap over and over again. You people are not very smart. Sometimes I think I overreach you guys. I think sometimes I overreach you guys. It's funny that, all of a sudden, and I see, let me even say this. I see you guys, including you people in the Southwest. I see you. I see the role you guys are playing in trying to, whip up, you know, ethnic sentiment and a possible massacre of the Igbos in this country. We see you. We are recording. You understand? We are keeping tab because for the past couple of days now, Northerners and some people who are pretending to be Northerners have been whipping up sentiment on Facebook, on TikTok, on different social media platforms. Some are even using their real names to do these things, because you want Igbos to be at the receiving end of this entire thing. You want Igbos to be massacred. You see, I see the level of wickedness you guys espouse in this country or show in this country, something I can never get to understand. We all came up here, many of us saw what happened in Uromi, and we condemned it rightfully so, because it was a travesty. It is something that you will never wish happens to anybody being accused without evidence. For as much as people have been running amok on this app, trying to look for all forms of justification, you understand, to use it to cover what happened in Uromi, I will not be party to this kind of nonsense. I will be the biggest hypocrite if I come and say that it is okay for you to just arrest people, pull them down from a vehicle, and kill them with no evidence. You will set one of the worst, the most dangerous precedents ever if you do such a thing. Because what you would do is that you have empowered people who normally would not have had that power, giving them the authority to arrest anybody wherever they want, whenever they want, put some frivolous, allegations on them, accusations on them, and kill them. And nothing is going to happen. Right? And then people will come on social media to defend it and tell you that it is fine. So me, I vehemently, oppose that killing. It was uncalled for. Even if they are kidnappers, even if they are murderers, even if they are serial killers, these people still deserve their day in court, because that is how a society functions, right? Because you also, if you are found to be in the same situation, you also want people to hear you out. You also want people to understand where you are coming from. There's a reason why even the worst of killers are still given a day in court. It's not because we do not know that they will be convicted, but let it look like there's a semblance of justice. You understand that regardless of what they did, that people were fair to that person, and that this person is paying for the crime that they committed. They are paying for the atrocities that they committed. That is how a functional society works. You make the world see that these things are because of the actions they committed. These are the consequences for the actions they committed. That is how it works. But unfortunately, people were massacred, and all of a sudden, this thing went out of control. People started, defending the indefensible, even from people who, under normal circumstances, I would not have expected would defend this nonsense. We are out there defending. But what actually caught my attention was how, all of a sudden, my Igbo people made it their problem. Igbo people, what is your business with Uromi? Can you hear what's in Uromi? What is your business with Uromi? Yes, we are all Nigerians. We understand. But the Uromi people that did the thing they did and killed who they killed, initially, we are adamant. They doubled down. They started giving you reasons that, okay, that their communities have been invaded, which we all understand. You understand? My own communities in Enugu too have also been invaded. And we understand how these things can pierce, the kind of impact it can leave on people, mental damage it can do to people. But still, what differentiates us from, lawless jungles and animals is that in the midst of everything, we try to be rational. We don't blame people for offenses they did not commit. That is how life is. You can't blame people for a crime they didn't commit. So you have to be rational in judgment. But my people started, speaking about something that did not concern them. What was it? How is it your business? We are doubling down and telling you that they stand on what they did, on the killings of 16 innocent lives that they took. Let me just innocent, but let me even say innocent, because according to the law,
Grandmaster, they are innocent. Those guys are not herdsmen. I mean, they. What can you?
My brother, I'm not here to carry water. I'm not here to carry water for anybody. I'm speaking strictly on how the rule of law works. Under the law, everybody is presumed innocent. No matter what crime you committed, that is why even the worst of killers will still have their day, right? Because the reason why the law presumes everybody innocent is that the law does not want to punish an innocent person based on assumptions, based on things that are not verified. So the law will presume you innocent until it can actually find evidences convincingly that you are actually, you actually committed the atrocities or the crime that you are accused of. So the law is very, very careful careful.
what I'm telling you this.
You presume a human being innocent until
If
you find something
you would
incriminating,
stop,
or something. Even when you find something
if you would
incriminating,
stop learning,
what you
just
see,
go
and
to
also because you know these things about mob action is that emotions are too high.
over there.
A simple, hey, look at this girl,
It's
it is over for you.
It's not a right. It's a
Just because you made the wrong move. There are many people who have been killed. There was a video I saw sometimes in 2007 or 8 or something.
And they do not have
A young man who
phone.
was killed somewhere in
They
Lagos,
don't have a phone.
right? It was after he was
It's
killed, like just
I can
barely 20 minutes after he was
phone and
killed,
my father's phone, and none of you have.
that he got to realize that he wasn't even
I asked
doing
you what
anything in
we
the
are
first
doing
place. He was just
before I
literally
got
standing there waiting for somebody.
guarantee
A
you're
young
going
boy,
to
I
pass
think he should be
this.
around
Look at it. If you're
21 or
you don't need
something.
no power, you're going
He
to
was standing there waiting for somebody, and somebody accused
You
him
said you're doing
of
math work,
being
you're doing
a
this. Of course,
potential criminal.
but
He's about
here,
to steal something.
I
This
am
guy has
saying
done nothing. He was just simply standing there waiting for somebody. It was after he had already been killed. The guy is already on fire when the person he was waiting for came. I remember that story very, very well. I remember the video of how they were breaking tables on his head. A young boy, they were breaking tables, smashing tables on this guy's head. But this guy's innocence was proven literally just 20 minutes after he was set on fire.
Make sure you don't.
Will you bring back that life? Do you bring that life? You can't bring it back. Do you think that life belongs to you? What makes you think that you can just simply wake up and take somebody's life? You want to preserve your own life. It is precious to you. You want to see your children grow. You want to see the good things of life, but you are willing to take somebody's life on frivolities or lies. So the people of Rome, it don't concern me. I just say this one. Killed who they killed, double down. Igbos went ahead to become the Superman, as usual. You people are all over every space, screaming the loudest. If you go to Facebook, whether they are real Igbos or fake Igbos, people who are having Igbo names, we are there shouting. Speaking on issue you have absolutely knowledge of. You don't know what happened. Instead of you to just simply keep your mouth shut, observe, and see how the law, goes about this whole thing, or the authorities go about this whole thing. You went ahead to choke your mind. People are opening spaces, running amok on this app because you are looking for likes. You needed to say what the whole world wants to hear, so that you have the 10,000 likes, 15,000 likes. At the end of the day, what then? What do you make of that like? It won't give you money, it won't give you anything. But do you know what it would do? It has put the life of innocent people in danger. And don't come and tell me that, that the Northerners, we are saying that it is Igbos that did it and Igbos that did that. Yes, we expected that such a thing will come up, aided by some of the Southwesterners who were egging them on, telling them that it was the Igbos that did it. We saw all of them. We know that it was coming. But instead of you to expend that energy, you understand, removing yourself from this incident, this heinous act that was carried out, because it remains a heinous act. No matter how much you want to claim that the people that were killed were Fulani headsmen and this and that, it will not change the fact that you people killed people without actually, finding out whether they were innocent or not. It will not take that fact away. You those people without ever giving them an opportunity to defend themselves. That's the reality of life. Because you cannot come up here and tell me that you want a functional society, but you want a society where mob justice, jungle justice is the order of the day. You simply wake up and take any life you want. Life. You take life the way you want it and how you want it, and nobody should question you. The moment the person questions you, the person is against you, the person loves the Fulanis and everything. You will not bring me, I will not be part of this kind of nonsense. There will never be a day I will support such rubbish. We understand the menace of, see, I am always an advocate of go after criminals and deal with criminals decisively. Whatever you need to do to, if you caught these people in the act, I wouldn't be here speaking this thing I'm speaking. If you caught them in the act of kidnapping, or they had a hostage, or maybe there is something at this point that, okay, this will just finish murdering people, or they are about to, these are the kind of things that you should look for. And you engage them in a fight and everything, and you kill them. Nobody will be talking about these things. But to just bring people out of, a truck and then, put allegations on them and then kill them, and you expect the rest of Nigerians to be stupid enough to be joining you guys to be shouting all this nonsense. Some were even becoming emotional, crying and everything. Yes, we know Romeo has been going through a lot, but that does not justify the killing of people, innocent people. It doesn't justify it. You cannot tell me, no matter how much you want to emotionally blackmail people on this app, you cannot blackmail me. I am unblackmailable. You see me, you cannot influence me. You can never alter my opinion. If I believe that what I'm saying is the right thing that I'm saying, you will never alter it. So I cannot do that mob justice nonsense to you guys that you put online. But anyway, back to what I was saying. My Igbo people made this about themselves. Today, yesterday I was listening anonymously to Spaces. I think it was DG Space, and then one of our sisters who lives in Kano came and said that an Igbo person had been killed. A certain man called Abagana, or either he's from Abagana or his name is Abagana, something like that. I can't remember exactly. You know, and I see how scared she sounded, how agitated she is. You know, how concerned she is that this thing is about to spill out of control. Do you know what I was doing in that space? I was just simply waiting for one person from Uromi or Edo State to pick up the mic and say, Igbo people, we are solidly behind you. This Igbo man where they don't kill for Kanu, we are going to retaliate for it. Because we know say now we people that we kill person for Uromi. And now this Igbo man don't bear the brunt of it. They did not say a damn thing. They didn't come up. They did not come up. All of a sudden, it became an Igbo problem. You see, so that no get sense. You see, so that no get sense. Many of you no get sense. You don't know these things. You people are like drones. You are easily influenced by trends. That is what influences you. You never sit down to ponder things through and think it through and say, "Oh, this is what I want to do. How you go take? What will be the consequences?" You don't even think beyond 2 hours. You don't think beyond 2 hours. Your thoughts don't pass one day. You don't get sense. Those people that actually instigated the killing in Uromi today are nowhere to be seen. They can no longer come and defend you. Let me even believe that I'm just praying that the killing they say happened in Kanu is not real. But the way it is sounding seems to be true. There has been a casualty of this. The first casualty of this is not an Uromi person. It is not an Edo person. It's not even a South Southerner. It is the Igbo person. You know, see, I cannot help but see a certain characters that we are here on this app the past couple of months saying all manners of derogatory things about Igbos. Today, they have become warriors, warlords behind keyboards, calling for killings, more killings. Oh, you people, if you think you can do this, you come here, we'll kill you, you massacre you, do this and do this and do that. They have become warlords, people that cannot, in real life, cannot even throw a punch. And you as an Igbo person, when they make these posts, you go there and you like it and you join them and you shout, yes, yes, let's do this, let's do that. Let's do this, let's do that. But you're a fool because you don't know that when the reprisal begins, you are the Uromi man they know. Your shop is the Uromi man shop they know. Your house is the Edo man's house they know. But these people are in the safety of their own homes. From there, whipping up sentiments and more killings. Instead of them to be apologetic for who they killed, for the people they killed, which, like I said, is not me making light of all the people that have been killed in this country. Everybody must come and actually acknowledge that Fulanis have actually committed atrocities in this country and that the Northerners who are bringing up their voices today, their voices have not been seen before, so that their hypocrisy is being seen. That me coming up here to say that, those who are killed, it's not because I care about the Northerners. I don't give a shit about them. I don't give a damn about them, right? I only say this.
So, Grandmaster, you don't give a shit about me.
I don't give a shit about anybody in this country.
Me.
I don't give a shit about anybody in this country. That's the simple fact of it. You understand? Whether it be Northern or Yoruba or Igbo, I don't give a shit about you guys. You understand? The only reason why I'm saying this thing is that when you see something that is wrong, it is good to say it is wrong. You don't say that something that is wrong is right because the mob, everybody is saying that it is right. You now join and say, I will not be part. If I'm the last man saying that it is wrong, I go stand here. Fuck am. Not when I go feed do me. I also go call me saboteur, hypocrite, lover of Fulani, all this nonsense. He go end there. He will not take a simple thing. Thank you, we don't go come off my account. That's the reality of life. I will still continue to do what I do, right? But the truth is that the killing of those people we are wrong, and you are not supposed to justify those things. And you have no business going into spaces or into tweets or posts where they are talking about these things, justifying these things to say a damn thing. Oh, what's that again? Only it does not concern you. You are a fool. If you think that this is your business, coming up here to tell me that, it is Igbo business, they have brought Igbos into it. This one, this one, this one. Have you seen that your fellow Nigerian Yorubas have tactfully removed themselves from the situation? In fact, some of them are even going on the ground and fanning the flame, the embers of, killings and genocide from the underground as usual, right? We see them. Those ones is now. We go bring out their tape very soon. You understand? All of them, we dey record them. You bring out their tapes, right? But they have found a way to, ostracize themselves completely from this issue. When I give a Superman, oh, go Akachike. Now you get muscle pass. Now your muscle now strong pass. Eh? Now you will big pass. Now you will get voice pass. Now you sabi do gra pass. You don't go carry a put her for head. Now they say they have killed an Igbo person. Nobody from Urom is coming out to speak now for you. You haven't. I make bold to say that there's no tweets now coming from anybody from that Urom, a door or whatever that is telling you, oh, I sympathize with this Igbo person that was killed because of our stupidity in Uromi. You will not see a damn thing about it because they know at the end of the day, when it goes down, the the Uromi man that the average Northerner knows is you. I think it was on the G Space or something yesterday that an Hausa guy came. You understand? Which is actually interesting because he's an Hausa Christian. I saw him. He's an Hausa Christian. He came and he said that to them, they don't know what a Yoruba is, Urobo is, Anango, all those. They don't even know the names of those places. That to them, all they know is if it is South, it is Igbo. And that he expects that these people will act upon this thing. You understand? Now, Igbo have been put on the defensive. All of a sudden, something that has nothing to do with us in any way, shape, or form has now become our problem. It has become our problem. I've seen our so-called Igbo people opening spaces and crying. We will do this, oh. They must not do this, oh. They must take us, oh. They have to protect us, oh. And this one is so. I said, so you knew all these things when you are joining people of Uromi to double down. To double down and justify the killing of the people they did. You knew all these things. We are joining them all in the name of, we are the two Superman. You didn't know that those people are practically invisible in this country. That nobody will know them. They cannot even identify them when things go down in this country. The only person they know is you. But you are there saying this. So, Chukwudi, I cannot talk about this because I want to enter free very soon. You understand? My own is that, I pray that the news they say coming from Kano State is not true. That guy was not killed. That it's all a ruse. That is not real. But if it is not, I don't know what to tell you guys. And when some things are here, but when you say something, they'll tell you who made you the custodian of Igbo voices. Why should you be the only person talking about Igbos? This one, are you the only Igbo person? Why must we listen to you? And this one. And all these idiots who are saying these things are saying this from the comfort of their home because when it goes down, you understand, they will not be there. They will never be there to do anything. You understand? They will not be there to bear the brunt of all these things. So Uromi people have killed people, and at the end of the day, as usual, it has become an Igbo problem. All thanks to some of our Igbo people that cannot mind their business. Always savior syndrome, Superman syndrome. Now we go help them. Now we go fight for them. Now we go do all these things. All the while we be saying they come Ehamufu, they come Kalaha. All these discussions, you never saw any of them come to those discussions, those spaces to come and tell you, sorry for all these things people are going through. Like all of them acted as if they don't know you, that they have not heard anything, that they don't even know that you exist in this country. And all of a sudden, something went down in their own places, which is their own doing, they killed people. You turn around to become the person that is defending them. I bet Chukwudema, thank you very much, Jerry. The guys, see if I can focus on it today.
Thank you. Yusuf, before you go, sorry. Anambra first one, please come up so that we take on the topic. We started last week. I didn't record the first one, and I think most people wanted this one recorded. So I'll bring those your maps again. I mean, I went to research about those things. Those information are not even online. And that thing that guy posted, I don't know, the gazette that he said he was reading from. I don't know whether Anambra first one, if you can come up, please. I don't know whether it was actually authorized or something that he made up. And I actually wanted him to he's not even here again to speak on it. So yeah, thank you for coming up. So I wanted to so that we look at it again before in other things. Again, Yusuf, you can go now. If you still want to speak on everything we have been talking about, we want to.
Yeah, Chukwudema, I just wanted to say that What Grandmaster was saying about this Uromi Timber, it gave me some hope that at least some people from that region are on the same page with us. Because I went to a space, Chukudima, I was on that space for over 8 hours. They were supporting what happened on that truck. You are seeing somebody, a wheelbarrow, carrying a person about to die into a fire, and you are doing videos, you are sharing, and you come with your full chest to support this. That yes, Omo, I don't lose hope. But when I see you, people like Grandmaster condemning it, and you're from that region of those people that open spaces for 8 hours, 13 hours, supporting that act. Omo Chooks, that thing is scary. I watched that video once. I can't watch it again. I saw where they lynch people, put eyes on them, then they brought another guy on a wheelbarrow and dumped him inside the fire while he was still breathing. It's scary, and people will now come and support that thing. I went to Ari Space for hours. They were supporting it. I went to, thank God, Imperfect Space. At least we had people that did not support it, and they were doing gas balls, and that went like that. But if this is the Nigeria we want, when you kill those people, they'll not come and start reminding us of Deborah. They remind us of one woman that they killed, that they cut her belly. They remember. You'll not be saying whataboutism, and we keep on rolling and rolling like that. It's unfortunate. Make I yield for now, bros. Thank you, Chooks. Make I just the listener first. I did market area and I just enter one shop, they follow you talk.
I can't me. Thank you very much, Yusuf. Thank you for your contributions. Yeah, Anambra Person, good morning and welcome to the space. Local roots, give us few minutes so that we'll redirect the conversation. Thank you. Anambra Person, are you here?
Yeah, Alfonso, good morning. Um, Good morning, everybody. You just woke me up from sleep uh with the message. So, we had a very big event in Oka today, so I was really part and parcel of it. And I came back around 4 and I slept and just woke up. Grandmaster, good morning. I just
Good
wanted
morning,
to.
bro. Chuche.
Yeah, so we shut down the city of Oka yesterday night, and this morning, really, not really yesterday, just this morning, but it started yesterday, really. So I came back very exhausted, even I still have my tag on my neck because I came back, I slept like that. I didn't sleep in any of of the hotel. I had to go back home, man, because my house is quite close. Anyway, um, I do not want to. I don't want us to talk about this whole Uromi matter because it has been pontificated in such a way that it has now become a metaphor to the entire problem that we are going through in Nigeria. And it is not right because Uromi is a symptom of a problem. It's just a symptom of the general problem. Nigeria has been largely desensitized, really. And it's very sad. A lot of people no longer see the life of their fellow Nigerians anything. And that's why I don't even watch any of these things because I don't want to be completely numb. Anyway, back to the topic. Eastern Economic Corridor. We had a conversation last week. Was it last week? Well, let me just say last time. And I like the fact that a lot of people developed interest or showed serious interest on the topic because it's a very great step towards the right direction for the people of the Eastern Economic Corridor, which spans from Port Harcourt. When you hear Eastern Economic Corridor, cast your mind on the map. It stretches from Port Harcourt, Nigeria, all the way to Maiduguri, Nigeria. The states that fall in between are states that are part of the South and the Eastern Economic Corridor. There are two economic corridors in Nigeria. There is Lakaji Economic Corridor. Lakaji spans from Lagos to Jibia, why the Eastern Economic Corridor spans from Port Harcourt to Maiduguri, like I said earlier. Then there is also in between. In the history of Nigeria, we have always had these two economic corridor operating simultaneously. And from the historical record, especially from the colonial masters book, and even after the independence, immediately after the independence, it shows that Eastern Economic Corridor was much more viable than the Lakaji corridor. The colonial masters utilized it very well for their for all the expeditions and everything that they did when they were in our shores. The entire Bight of Bonny, formerly known as Bight of Biafra, was used to convey all manner of products, goods, including transatlantic slavery. So it was a very huge belt. And the entire Cameroon, you remember, a lot of us will know, if you understand that Southern Cameroon was part of Nigeria. It was part of the Southern Nigeria. So the entire corridor also included Southern Cameroon. If you are from Southeast, you must have heard your parents or your grandparents talk about Panya, Manfe, and other places that are domiciled within the African, Central Africa, which include Cameroon, Gabon, and so on and so forth. So these countries are places where we used to, trade. Trade is a very huge issue on geopolitics. A lot of things that are happening, even including this insecurity that we are witnessing, is as a result of trade. Trade is a major precursor of, should I say, war or international crisis or international crisis. Yeah, most of the crisis you witness or you hear, you read about, is actually as a result of trade war. So it's very important. Unfortunately for Eastern Economic Corridor, after the Civil War, after 1970, the then federal government decided to cage the Igbo people. And the only way to do that was to halt every operation within that corridor. And that in fact affected the entire belt. Maiduguri, as we all know, used to be a very big city, commercial city, that's, takes care of three countries, including Chad, Cameroon, and Niger Republic. And it has always been a very important part of Nigeria. Maiduguri, a lot of people, even the Igbo extraction, the likes of Ojezo Kalu, made their money from Maiduguri. A lot of our people made their money from Maiduguri. But fast forward early 2000, when the whole thing started going down, people started looking for a way to vent their anger, just like what is happening in the Southeast. Because when you shut down economic activities, you shut down trade routes, people become very relentless, aggressive and unfriendly to one another. And this leads to crisis. It has happened in the past. It has happened in Europe, a historical context where before after the World War, the Europe never traded among themselves, and it triggered hatred and resentment. And that was what led to constant war and the rest. And that was how the European Economic Union was formed. The one you know today as the European Union. the mandate was to ensure the economic activity within the region, within the territory, within the member states. Immediately that mandate was accomplished, it reduced drastically the hostility among the member countries. And that's why you can travel from one country to another in Europe by train. It wasn't by accident, it was by a design. And that has achieved a whole lot for the European country. There is also something that I forgot to mention the last time I was speaking on this subject. There is something the Eurozone usually do. You hear about that, the bailout countries. I remember when Greece was falling, it was a concern of the Eurozone, not just a concern of these Greece, because they understand the consequence of allowing Greece to fail. The consequence would be that the people from the Greeks would leave their place, they would abandon their place and become refugees and economic migrants to other countries. And they will eventually become security threats to other people. And they understand this. And that's why they make sure that no member country falls, within that, falls economically. And what they do is that they rally around to and bail out any country that is having difficulties, ensure that they stay afloat. Unfortunately, they experienced war, a couple of years back, and it came as a shock to many of them. You will see how even some reporters were surprised that European country was engaging in an act of war in 2024, because it's something that they never envisaged. That the time will come, Europeans will fight among themselves again after the devastating experience of the First and Second World War. My point really is that I wanted us to understand that we are not different from the global economy. I'm not expert in this. I don't claim to know it all. But I have been part of organizations that have been talking about the economic corridor. We have been, as of 2022, 2023, we have had series of meetings. And if you go to my Twitter and type economic corridor, you will see a whole lot of topics that I've raised around this corridor. It is important because while I was mentioning Northeast, that is Borno, where the whole crisis started, usually Borno used to be the focal state in the Northeast in terms of economic activities. And when this crisis started, as a result of lack of trade activities, it triggers and affected the entire region. And it has moved from there down to the Northwest. Now, remember when it started from Borno, people thought it was just Borno. And in other states, we are just doing their thing, believing that it does not affect them. Like in the So when you fail to understand this broader perspective of how the world works, you are going to be caught unaware. When the crisis started in Borno, the neighboring states felt that they are somehow insulated from that crisis. But as you all know now, it's not true. So whatever happens anywhere that is left unattended to somehow finds itself or its way to other places. Because the more you do, the more you give room for some of this nonsense, the more it spread. If the whole country came together under one, support and suppress that when it was trying to come up from Borno State at the time, I'm sure we wouldn't have gotten where we are today. But look at the whole country, everywhere is in turmoil. Now, you leave Borno State, you go down to the south, where we had Niger Delta crisis as a result of the lack of trade opportunity and opportunity generally. The last time we had a meeting, somebody wanted to come and drill us talking about the crisis in Warri and leading to exit of companies, because we are talking about the consequence of unintended consequences of abandoning the Eastern Economic Corridor. I'm going to come to that. So we had crisis in Niger Delta that was somehow suppressed using using an anesthesia. I would call it an anesthesia because it is not a permanent solution. Permanent solution remains the emancipation of the entire region, opening up the entire corridor, and possibly resource control. So we'll get to that, and I'm sure there are many people who know more than I do on this subject, on this space. Hopefully they're going to take up mic, come and make their own contribution. And the whole thing started degenerating, and people watch how the entire Eastern Coast delve into this crisis. The Southeast, as we know today, has always been a very bubbling business activity center in Nigeria. If you talk about Southeast, you talk about Aba, you talk about Onitsha, you talk about Nnewi, you talk about Owerri, you talk about Enugu, you talk about Abakaliki. These are the places that, but there are focal places like Aba and Onitsha. And we have always had this even before the war. After the war, it continued. We had foreigners, people who lived in the Southeast from different parts of African countries at the time, that brought different type of energy, especially creativity and so on. So this whole thing happened, and it was not sustained. But let me go back again to after the war that made the federal government to halt activities within the Cameroon axis.
Don't be offended. There was something you said last week that I really want to understand. So you said that the Eastern Economic Corridor was doing better than the other one, the Western Economic Corridor, up to 2010, right? So
Yes.
will I now say is Jonathan's administration that they began to fall to this level, especially after the Boko Haram Meduguri crisis? And if that is the case, I think it kind of is giving me another thing to think about his whole administration, because if his administration is what brought about, or when we started, I mean the first time that Eastern
No,
Economic
no,
Corridor,
no, no,
the okay,
no.
go on.
So let me explain. That's not how this thing works. So the Eastern Economic Corridor has always been very. Look at it now. Look at the states that make up the Economic Corridor. The other side have Kano and Lagos, right, and of course Abuja. Then the other side have oil states and commercial states. All right, that oil states give it very high stake in that GDP. If you combine the entire oil states GDP, it's way higher than the entire Lakaji corridor because of lack of that oil state status. So that's what really gave it a very big GDP. But why this crisis was happening in the eastern region, including the Niger Delta, they still retain that title until 2010 until the whole entire thing completely moved. And you know how Nigeria fetch information or data, they may be delayed. It may have happened quite maybe as early as 2008 or 2001 or 2 or 3 or so. But the information that I have, right, I will post it on Jobotro so that people can look at it. The GDP at the time. And another thing is the number of states. The other side have big states that are big for nothing. I'm sorry to use that word. They have a lot of big states. The other corridor has more number of states in terms of number, right? And that are more productive in terms of GDP. So I think these are the factors. But Lagos growth, astronomical growth, swallowed entire places. The Lagos astronomical growth swallowed entire places and gave the Lakaji very huge milestone. And the GDP of the Eastern corridor refused to grow, or should I say, didn't grow as fast as Lagos. So that's what changed that balance. So and I think Jonathan came to office around 2010. Am I correct? Right? Came to office around 2010. Yeah, and left around 2015. So yeah, that's what really happened, and we can look at it, a lot, from different perspective. But the point is, the Eastern Economic Corridor, even during the colonial era, Civil War, was doing way better in number than the Western Economic Corridor. And if you look at it, it makes a lot of sense. This is where the oil and gas are, and this is where we also have very big two commercial cities. Then the Western Economic Corridor have two commercial cities, and they do not have any oil and gas states. So these are the two factors. And you know how big oil and gas is in our economy. So you can look at it from that lens. Anyway, let me go back to what I was saying. So the point really is that we have a lot of reasons to call for attention for the activation of this entire corridor, because that is what's really stimulate this entire crisis. If you ask me, of course, it's on record. There are records to back up this. If you go check SBM intelligence on this, they do a whole lot of justice to aggregate crisis, issues around the economy and communal crisis, any type of crisis. They look at it and factor some of the consequences that this crisis are bringing up in those places. And these are the things that I think a lot of times when I look at it, I want to have people, especially the people of the Southeast, who usually single themselves out in this whole thing and start blame games, should start looking at it from bigger perspective. We need to be very intentional about the way we advocate for it, so that it will be more holistic. We need people to see the huge potential that lies in the belt. We need to begin to see it as an alternative, a very viable alternative. We all cannot go to Lagos and Abuja. A lot of people within the, especially oil and gas sector, they believe so much in this region, the corridor. They believe so much in it because of the potential. There are a lot of things that are impeding the growth, the crisis, the instability. And that's why I strongly believe, no matter anybody want to tell me, that what is happening in River State is geared towards stunting the growth of that region, because River State remains one of the most important part of this economic bloc. If River State is successful, the trigger effect will be massive on Abia, Imo, Akwa Ibom, and the other neighboring states. So why shouldn't I want it to be successful? If Maiduguri is back alive, it's a trade route that feed the entire Chad, Niger, Cameroon. If you are into FMCG, you understand the importance of Maiduguri. It's very important. So we should also look at it that way. Our people make products here and send them as far as Maiduguri, then from Maiduguri to other West Africa. You can also, that is the northern part of the African country. Then you can also make products and send to Aba and people or Onitsha, and people from Cameroon and other West African countries can as well come and buy and take to their country. There are ways this move economic activities operate. Because we are in West Africa, it is much more convenient for we to do business in West African country because of the West African agreement. Although ECOWAS is no longer what it used to be because of the external influence. The Central Africa is also a very good economic partner. However, because of the hostility, especially from Cameroon, it has not been smooth. But we have made tremendous trade with Cameroon. Yesterday, the last time we spoke, Onitsha Ohimi guy spoke on it. We've made over $600 million worth of trade with Cameroon. And that can be much more because this is just the number that was captured. And if you extend it back, to Gabon, to Equatorial Guinea, you would see bigger figures. So what am I saying? There are so much we are not untapping from that end, and we have entire agriculture operation that can be utilized. If you go to when I was serving somewhere in Ebony, someone took me because I was having this conversation. Talking about the agriculture in potential in Cross River, and the young man took me to their village and told me because he was trying to explain to me how much agricultural produce come from their place for the entire country. So he took me there, and we saw the massive movement of goods and services from there to other parts of the country. So you would see a lot of trucks, a lot of truck loaded with farm produce leaving the shores every single minute. Now, what are the good, the positive sign? The truth is that we have had it very terrible in the past, but I can smell the light if that is possible. I don't know how possible one can smell I can smell the light at the end of the tunnel. Because right now, the state of the country, the Nigerian state is no longer buoyant as it used to. It's broke, it's going bankrupt. They can no longer fund certain projects. So they are leaving states and regions to take care of their situation. Even though I feel really bad because I feel neglected and marginalized as someone that comes from the eastern part of the country, because some of this infrastructure that would enable economic activity and growth in the region that we are built in other regions, especially within that corridor, we are completely neglected in our corridor. Example is the railway line. The standard gauge that was built along the Lakaji corridor, they have surplus there. They have like 3 or more. None was built in the Eastern Economic Corridor. And when we talk about these things, people will remind us to talk to our governors. But thank goodness that it has been removed. It has been approved that states can actually undertake this responsibility. Regions can as well do that. But it's unfair that unlike the other side of the divide, the federal government was able to fund theirs. Our own will now have to be funded by the states. Then when you look at the port operation, the maritime sector within that region, it has not been good. The entire belt has always been about export of crude oil. A little or no activities on importation or even exportation of other farm produce from the shore has been happening. And a lot of people attribute it to so many things: insecurity and high cost of landing costs and offloading costs and so many things. So the poor road network, that is the logistics and transportation system, that is very poor. Look at Port Harcourt to Aba. The roads there are very terrible. The east-west road, terrible. So we have terrible roads. Again, people give excuses on the terrain. but that's not good enough. It's not a good excuse. So we need massive road infrastructure within this terrain to enable and facilitate movements of goods and services and make it more attractive, because a lot of people move their goods all the way from Apapa, which is very congested. And so there's need for Apapa to be decongested. And this will help decongest Lagos as well. So everything is happening there. Everybody is moving there to clear their goods. The roads are breaking down because of the pressure that is always on the road. So there is need for government, both the state and federal level, to be intentional about decongesting, making that place more attractive. The Eastern Economic Corridor more attractive. What is happening in Cross River? Why is Calabar Port not operational? It was operational during the colonial master. What is happening in Akwa Ibom? The same thing. Port Harcourt is functioning there, but it is not functioning at maximum capacity. People still rather choose Lagos. Why are they not choosing this place? Because of the political reason. And again, people will come and say it's operational. Why are they not choosing it? And I ask them, in the past, before the shutting down of these places, why are people using the port, the river port, the rivers port or delta port instead of Lagos in the past? So you see that argument doesn't hold water. So we can look at that. Then the good thing I was trying to talk about was the gas discovery within the region, especially in the southeast. We are in a very good place right now. With the gas, we can do a whole lot. And the design, even though again, federal government didn't do anything for us, unlike what they did in the Western Corridor, where they did the first most important West African gas pipeline that passed through Lagos and Ogun states. And the governors or the states were able to tap from that opportunity. And that's why you see companies moving to Ogun State, Aba. And we don't have that level of infrastructure because there has to be a federal government backed massive infrastructure that will now facilitate the smaller adjunct, additions. And that has not happened. And that's where we are. And thank goodness we have Shell, we have Seplat. These are private investments putting in their money to revive, to see these things come alive. We have Geometric in Aba that has already turned things around. People are moving their companies back to Aba. Aba is going to be peaceful. If you recall vividly, the whole insecurity and kidnapping started in Aba. And when you engage professionals, security professionals on the genesis and the precursor, the reasons why this whole insecurity started in the first place, they will tell you how it started. And you would see for yourself that it stems from joblessness, unemployment, and bad governance, really. And this bad governance, when people apportion this blame, I usually tell them to apportion it very appropriately, especially using the percentage of revenue sharing. So you apportion 52% to the federal government, then the rest of the percent to the local and the state governments. That is how it should be apportioned. Because the truth is, the entire Aba economic activity was destroyed as a result of the insecurity at the time. And when you look at the insecurity, the genesis of that insecurity, you see this is actually an economic insecurity. So let me just wrap up so that we can have more people to talk. But I want to talk about really the gas exploration. A lot of people within the sector have reached out to me and encouraged me to talk about this thing more often so that our people develop interest in the maritime sector and the gas. It is a very sort of nascent department within the oil and gas within Nigeria, because the first company, Seplat, Shell, and the rest of them, are that are doing incredibly well in it, And these people are setting the pace, they're setting the ground for the smaller operations. Shell spent over 700 million USD, and that's their facility in Imo State. And that facility is going to take gas to different parts of the world. And it's something that's I don't know if any of you have heard of AKK and some other gas pipeline projects. I've expected federal government to invest in gas plant projects in the Southeast, especially project the one that would feed Onitsha, Aba. But a lot of people argue that, look, the one that I am comparing that with, that went to West Africa, was something that would give the country really a very serious economic advantage or money, make the money for the country. But I don't know. I need our region to see or witness that level of development. When I say our region, I'm not just talking about Southeast, but the reason why I'm singling it out is because of the potential that it holds right now. Then on the agriculture, mineral resources, you have the North Central, you have the Northeast playing huge role in that department. And where are they going to be taking all these resources to? Still within that economic corridor. So we need the entire belt to be open. It will automatically, this is the non-kinetic approach that automatically stop the entire unrest within the region. If we have very standard gauge that runs from Port Harcourt, speed rain, that runs from Port Harcourt to Maiduguri, we wouldn't have to go to Lagos. People will be much more employed, a lot of job opportunities, and companies will site their operation within that region. The middle belts that used to have a lot of waste from their farm produce will no longer have that. They will make more money. The people in the Northeast, the minerals that are being mined in part of the Northeast, North Central, and even the Southeast will be, find its way straight to the Atlantic Ocean, to the world. If there are companies that will add value to some of these minerals, they will be sited along that axis to make it easier. These are the economic activities or operation that we expected from the federal government, a visionary federal government, but it never happened. And that's why we started the movements in 2023, started talking about it, started having meetings and all around the activation of the economic corridor, because it is going to open up the entire space for investment and return the old glory. The Warri used to be a hub of multinationals. Port Harcourt, even Onitsha, I learned, used to be a hub of multinationals. On Abat as well. All of these things vanished. What is sustaining Onitsha today is just the trade. Onitsha and Abat, just the trade. The Warri became a dead zone because these entire corporate organizations and oil companies left, and leaving the Warri empty. If you go to Warri now, what you see is POS and Keke Napep. And this was a city where experts used to come and live. People migrated from different part of the world to come and live in Warri. And these whole things died. So that's the subject. That's something that I like people to put our interest in. Look, one of the fastest way to solving insecurity, that is the non-kinetic, and which is actually everlasting, because this kinetic approach will only waste more resources. And our governors, our leaders, they love this kinetic because it gives more, it makes a lot of more money for them, even the people on the field. If I ask somebody who is, like we engaged the last person who's from the Northeast, he said that the problem is that the people who are doing this don't want this whole thing to end because of the money they are getting from it. So you see the myopic view of our people. They don't want this whole thing to end. And I can tell you, even in the Southeast, there are places where insecurity has taken over the entire region within the Southeast. And the people who are doing this don't want these things to end because they are making so much from it. You know how much money they made from kidnapping? Trillions. trillions. We don't even generate that in years. So people who are making this money wouldn't want it to end. So how do we end this crisis? It's through this non-kinetic approach. And this is the best way. Alfonso, I have to stop here. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. I mean, there were two people that I brought up and immediately I didn't see them again. I hope it's not X problem. I hope they left on their own because if it's X problem, it will be another thing. So anybody that wants to join the conversation, just request the mic. We give you time to talk. Please post those maps again so that our people will begin to understand it and what it looks like and the importance of collaboration and reopening the Eastern Economic Corridor. I think one of the most important thing about it is that um, when you look at it and you also check the migration pattern, that is why if you see check at the other corridor, you will see that there the migration is actually concentrated in just few places. Um, Lagos densely populated and Kano states. Maybe a little of Kaduna. The rest are not that populated. They have a lot of uninhabited spaces in those places. But if you check through the eastern corridor, you understand that first of all, there are no places that are with large deserts or that have definitely Southeast has the highest population density, while the other ones may not be as dense as Southeast, but they are not scarcely populated. Not one of them. Maybe with the exception of Maiduguri, where especially after the crisis, I mean Borno State in entirely after the crisis. So if you look at it and you look up, or you even look from up down, you notice something that is very important that on its own, without any government enhancing and abandoning the other it and even I think suppressing it, I think I should use the word suppressing the Eastern Economic Corridor. He would, and he would definitely do by far better than the other one because you have all the like you see Marshall said that time. You talk about agriculture, the best is from this corridor. You talk about what's it called? Resources, mineral resources is also there. Most of the oil rich states are from this region. You look at the gas also there. You look at what's it called? I will use Daniel to know whether it's those people living or um, them. The spirit is dropping them. So Daniel, are you here? Okay, it's definitely those guys are left. Okay, so 30 seconds. Let me just play this. So when you look at all the potential, the Eastern Economic Corridor poses by far better, more sustainable potential. Like there are like three states across the coast there, or four. You have Bayelsa, you have Rivers, you have Akwa Ibom, right? But in the Western Corridor, you just have Lagos states that have proper access to sea or to the outside world through the sea. But somehow they have managed to do better because of will I say politics of economy or something like that.
Yeah, Alfonso,
Um,
Daniel is here, but let me give you a quick information. So if you look at the Nigerian transportation lines, what you call because look, there's no economy without transportation and logistics. These are the very key things. There are about 15 of them. Lagos, Port Harcourt via Onitsha. That's number one. It has the potential line density of over 8 million. Then we have Lagos Ibadan. Remember, Lagos Ibadan still, empties into Lagos to Onitsha, or Lagos to Asaba, Lagos to Benin, and so on. Then that is number two, followed by Lagos Calabar via Onitsha again. So Onitsha is appearing like three times. Lagos Port Harcourt via Onitsha is number one, followed by Lagos Ibadan, followed by that's number two. Number three is Lagos Calabar via Onitsha. Number four is Lagos Abuja via Mina. Number five, Lagos PH via Warri. Number six, PH Enugu. So Enugu PH to Enugu, that is number six. Number seven is PH Abuja via Onitsha. Number eight, Benin PH. Number nine, Abuja Kano. Number 10, Onitsha Abuja. Number 11, PH Abuja via Umahia. Number 12, Abuja Kaduna. Number 13, Kano Maradi. Number 14, Aba Calabar. Number 15, Warri Itape. Now, sometime in 2021, Amechi said that rail lines are not economically viable, so they are not going to be able to pay loans. But guess what Nigeria did? Nigeria went and built this rail line, standard one. In fact, they chose the last one, the one Warri Itape, that is the last 15. And number 13, Kano Maradi. Number 12, Abuja and Kaduna. The only top three they chose from this whole, to build rail line routes was Lagos Ibadan. That's the only top three. And you can see how Nigeria is intentionally investing in a place they know fully well that will not be viable because of the entire place, because the Lagos Ibadan, Abuja Kaduna, Kano Maradi, Warri Itape, all of these things are within the corridor, the Lakaji corridor. Although Warri is not within the Lakaji corridor, but the rest are within the Lakaji corridor. The Warri Itape corridor is within the central. All right, it's not in the east; it is within the central. So you see how they carefully or they intentionally invested in places that are not viable. All right. So I just wanted to let us understand how Nigerian function. I just posted it. That's my latest post on the Jumbotron. It was posted by Tsunami Playman. You guys should follow that handle. He makes a lot of sense. Talks about investment opportunity around Nigeria and all of that. So these are the issues. So you can bring in Daniel now. Daniel is here.
Yeah.
Daniel, good morning.
Daniel can go. I don't know. Chinon, sir, I brought him up and I can't see him again. I don't really know what is happening. I hope he's not from this
Hi,
space. I think it's his
hi,
network.
also,
Yeah,
good
good
morning.
morning.
Uche, good morning. Yeah, thank goodness we're having this conversation again. I remember, I think the first time you posted it, you mentioned this was sometime in 2022, if I remember, either 2021 or 2022. And I believe a lot of people did not understand it at the time that whatever thing that is happening today is by
Sorry,
design.
Daniel, don't be offended.
Well,
Anambra person, can you see any requests? I'm seeing request, but I can't see the person.
No, I can't.
Okay.
yeah. From your analysis, one thing I can pick out is political interest, because whether we like it or not, politics is what drives the economy. And we have a people who are not altruistic. People are only looking for their own immediate benefit, not collective benefits. So somehow I also blame the political stakeholders in that divide who have not seen the viability of their region and started to promote it. So it's been left only for the private sector. You can also trace this back to even at least this is 1999. You see that the president was from the southwest, and later on he moved to the northwest. And then before Jonathan had a chance, who happens to lie within the other divide, and before you know it, power went back to the northwest. So it's largely political. So that's how I want to see it. But then, what can we do now as a people? For me, I think we need to continue this sensitization and awareness, because we need to understand the implications of these things on our people. We need to understand that when people agitate or people claim, maybe when there's a lot of violence or insurgence or hostility, it's largely due to lack of economic opportunities. And that is why every region in the world is always trying to integrate themselves to see that development comes to their place, whether in form of infrastructure or in terms of human capital development. The Eastern Corridor has a lot of potentials. Arguably, it still remains the biggest or largest economic corridor in Nigeria because of the rich mineral resources, and not just the rich mineral resources, even in terms of human capital. Yeah, it does provide that. But the question now is how can we integrate or evolve this to make it even faster? I think this is where um, politics needs to play its course. Politics not by going to contest for election, but actually by more of political awareness. How can the stakeholders from the southeast, the south, and the northeast integrate themselves and pursue this goal? Because we remember when Rotimi Amechi, who happens to come from this economic corridor, was the Minister of Transportation. He prioritized the other economic corridor. And when people from the southeast were talking about why is it that the southeast is left out, and other people thought that it was just the southeast. There would be another that thought it was just a problem of the southeast. Northeast people were also looking at it from the prism of, oh, it's just the southeast that very railway line is going to benefit. But unfortunately, it is not like that. So the earlier the political actors in these three geopolitical zones are able to align themselves to pursue a common goal, easier it comes for them to be able to achieve this. The same way, if you look at the southwest and the northwest, they've managed to forge an alliance that enables them to pursue their agenda or interest, irrespective of who is in government. So, because just like you said, they needed infrastructure. Who is going to provide it? Who's those large scale infrastructure? Who's going to even pay for it? Who is going to even get the interest of developers? It's the federal government. Now, that's by the way. For example, things like the ports or the maritime ports in either Akwa Ibom State or Cross River State or even in River State. If the both corridors, these three geopolitical zones, see that this is actually going to benefit us. It is easier to ship something, to move something from Port Harcourt to, say, Taraba and Lagos. And they start pursuing it, they see it as a geopolitical interest. I think it will be way easier for them to achieve, unlike leaving it only for River State people or South people. The us that used to, people in the South that used to parrot that they need the ports. I don't know where they want the port to be, whether it is the Niger port or the small river in Abia State. Begin to see that instead of pursuing that agenda, that they can actually align with people in Cross River or Akwa Ibom State to see how they can pursue a collective interest, or even raise funds together to build it. Because again, when you do this, you are not just looking at it. You are not just looking at the project itself. You're looking at the scale of the project, possibly hundreds of kilometers and something like that. So it becomes easier if we do it that way. Sorry, I got a call. I don't know if it's interjected. So it is important that we begin to see it that way. And because what I'm saying now is that there's a lot of animosity among us also. You understand? And for me, that is what is actually causing more problem. You understand? Because yes, life is all about competition. If you don't put your house in order, nobody will read you. Nobody will see people. Nobody will just freely give you what belongs to you. You understand? You have to sometimes advocate for it, fight for it. So instead of these differences we have among ourselves, I wish next time if we're having this conversation, we need to actually even bring more stakeholders, which like people from the south, people from the northeast, and then people from the southeast, who discuss this as a collective. Stand. Even bring people outside of Nigeria, like the southern Cameroon region, because they used to have part of Nigeria. they begin to get more sense of what has happened to the region and what has happened to the corridor. I remember sometime in 2020 or 2019, I was speaking with Ezra Soiji, and then she was telling me about how Eastern region, the Eastern region used to be very, very strong and active. How a lot of people, foreigners, used to live in that axis because they saw it as a big stakeholder in Nigeria. Today, it's no longer like that. There was a time Aba and Lagos was actually at the same level. There was a time Aba and Lagos was exactly at the same level economically, even industrially, in terms of industries. Almost equivalent number of industries were in Lagos and Aba. Sometimes, even in the 70s, 80s. But what happened? There was this, will I say, non-interest in.
People are not that smart.
I hope I'm not the only one.
Okay.
Okay. Of course, I'm not the only one. So probably the people that are trying to reach him. So we have more speakers here. Chino, so you are up next to speak. We also have Raj. You and Chino, so I don't know who came first, but let's have Chino first, then you, because he has been coming and leaving. Chino, so are you there?
Yes, sir. Good morning. Anambra
Yeah, good
first,
morning.
Thanks for bringing me. Okay, I've been listening to everything that is being said, and I can say that what we all said is quite good. Is something we need to do. But my problem is that there are things people like us that are on this space can control, and there are things we cannot control. Now, for us to achieve this Eastern Corridor, this Eastern Economic Corridor, those involved need to be somehow involved, like those in governance. Let me say our governors in the Southeast, governors in the South, or whoever that is involved. And again, they need to have like one mind. Even if they don't have one mind, they need to buy into the idea. Because what I found out is that most of the people we elect that are in government are not there for the people. Most times it's personal. So they don't, these things we are looking at, we're discussing, they don't even look at it. They don't even think about it. They are thinking how to probably please who put them in there, or they may not have a clue. You know, I know one or two governors, even in Southeast, that these things we are talking are not even what is bothering them. You know, they have other agendas. So, talking about what we can control again, we are talking a lot about federal government. Now, another thing is it depends on who is your president, who are your ministers, what are their biases. So they may not be developing Southeast or the Eastern Corridor because of some personal reasons or some biased reasons. There is little we can actually do about that unless we change the government. So I'm looking at what can we do, especially starting from Southeast, to improve the lives or the economy in the Southeast. There is something they call social enterprise, where you have businesses funded by the public. These businesses are actually meant to improve, to give employment to people of that region. For example, if you increase employment, you
Chino,
will
so don't be offended. Another person, I'm seeing requests, I can't see the person. Can you see any?
No, I cannot. I've tried to check. I'm not seeing.
Okay. Yeah, go on, Chair.
Okay. One of the things we can do, because one of the problems we have in Southeast now, in fact, one of the major problems, because even me, I cannot invest, it's difficult for me to invest in Southeast now. One of the major things I'm seeing is insecurity. And one of the surest ways to stop insecurity is for people to get jobs, for people to be busy. Once we have a lot of people that did not go to school, one of the first things is education. That's why I like what Alex Onya, I think his name is Alex Onya, is doing. Is people, once they are not educated and they don't have jobs, they are more likely to enter into criminality and spoil everything for everybody. So this social enterprise is a situation. Let's assume you go to a place like Ebony. You have like maybe 4 square kilometers of land. That's like, say, 400 hectares of land. You might say, okay, we'll turn this to a gum farm, or we might turn this to a rice farm, or even cassava farm, very large scale farming. And you have people, if you can get people to invest this will employ people and it will reduce insecurity. I think they call it social investment. That way you will reduce crime and improve well-being of that area. It will make people to come in and invest more. That's number one. Number two, the idea that we just have gas in Southeast is not very correct. Like me, myself, I'm a geoscientist. I've worked in the oil industry in Nigeria for more than 15 years. I know all the areas we have drilled. You see this River Niger, all the way from the ocean to even Onisha. On the other side, on the western side, in the delta, we drill oil. We drill wells, both oil and gas. And I can tell you for sure, whatever you are doing on one side of that river is just on the other side, which means all the way from Onisha, Obaru, Okija, Ihala, what's the name of this place? In Imo State, Oguta, Ebema. All these places should be oil rich, including in Java, all those areas are both gas and oil rich. In Nigeria, what we actually have is what we call type 2, type 3 kerosene, which means we have both oil and gas. Although we have more gas than oil, but it's both oil and gas. So we have these things. Although presently we cannot extract these minerals in Southeast and improve the economy. Why? Because of the same federal agenda. They want to.
Yeah. Anambra first one, can you see on Onitsha's request?
No, I cannot. No, I
Okay.
cannot. I cannot see him. Please,
So
no, so go ahead. Let's round up.
then we can easily explore what we have in the region, even if we meet.
Onitsha, please, maybe you can leave the space and come back. I basically can't even see you on this page. Let me send you mic. Go on.
Okay. So 3 things I'm saying in essence is, number one, we'll find a way to bring people that can actually make change in this corridor, especially our governors. Somehow, even if it means having a delegation, I don't know whether it will work or not. Because for me, even if we discuss in this space from now till tomorrow, I don't know, maybe there are billionaires here. Another thing that can make a difference is if you're a billionaire and you are ready to pump a lot of money in this region, it can change the landscape. So we need to find people who can actually make the change we need.
Chino, I'm not cutting you short, but if you look at it, if you have ever noticed anything, even the people in government, when they go into power, no matter how selfish and wicked they want to be, the conversation on ground is always
Emeka was saying
on their
that
interest,
people should
no matter
help
how.
that there is no
I'm not even whether in National Assembly, at least that is one thing I can say. That a conversation that people always have is always what they want to pay attention to. So it doesn't matter whether we who are discussing it here have the capacity to implement it. But if you're not having that conversation, I give you an example here. You look at the resource control through federalism, anything you think about. it's always been the conversation on ground that people have that prompts those things.
No, I understand. Yeah.
It's from there that you see senators talking about it, governors talking about it. So one or two, even this herdsmen crisis. There are so many
Yeah, we
killings
have
that go
it.
on in Nigeria, so many attacks, so many other things. But if people are not having
Now,
conversation
yeah.
around it, I may shock you to tell you that malaria has in a year, in a day, kills more than herdsmen will ever kill in 5 years. But nobody is thinking about eradicating malaria in Nigeria because it's not the conversation. But you have people having conversation about these things because they are. So I do not totally agree that because we cannot effect it, we should
Now,
not have the conversation. So I believe that people in power make decisions many times based on the conversation on ground. So you can continue. So that
Okay,
yeah.
what you're saying is quite, you are even going far. Personally, I've thought about these things, including malaria,
you're not,
including a lot of things.
don't,
I said we can do something, but we are going far. We are going too far because,
yeah, we hope.
like this malaria you talked about, is something that can be done. It's something that has been done in many places. They are eradicated, I think, in North Africa, in Egypt. But our people are not. We are going too far. We are even now we're struggling with basic needs of man: food, shelter, and clothing. Many people can't even have basic food. But
Then I'll be
having the
surprised
discussion
because
is good, excellent. At least
you
it brings about the
is represent
at least it makes these people to start discussing it
him.
and possibly do something. But apart from that,
So he
I would
cannot
also
be going to represent.
suggest we look for a way to start this social enterprise or cooperatives. I can remember when I was small, there was this thing they were doing. It was called Airport Appeal Fund. I remember my mother, they were contributing money. The money that was used to build Imo Airport was contributed by my parents. I remember that was around late 80s or so. So we can do something as a group, even if government is not doing anything. I believe individuals. I'm seeing a lot of individuals doing something small here and there. It's not large, it's not much, but I believe these little efforts can help us. All right, that's all I have to say for now. Thank you.
Sorry, is anybody speaking? I can't hear him.
Yeah, I can't even hear him again.
Don, he said.
I have no that.
Okay, thank you very much. And this is I think our spaces are evolving. This space looks more, like it, more like the office of its citizens that people like me have been advocating for, as against the unnecessary hula baloo we engage in. And you see, people have made points here, which makes sense. There's something we are missing, we are still forgetting. And it is the fact that the problems we have at our local environment, is a responsibility of our local administrators. There's one very big mistake an average Nigerian still makes. They always believe that the pipe-borne water that is in backyard is the responsibility of federal government. And there's another thing our politicians used to play. The politicians in the east will say the north and the south, the southwest or south are the problem. Those in the southwest will say the north and the southeast are the problem. That's what every of them is doing to every one of us. But me, I'm from Osun State, Ede, and I'll give you a practical example why I didn't buy into that bullshit. You see, we had Obasanjo, a typical Yoruba man, for 8 years. Even the road that went to his village from Lagos, the federal highway, didn't get done.
You can't tell me that.
In fact, now when Yaradua, a northerner came, now in that road, you will see some kind of development. When another Fulani man came, that is when we even got Lagos Ibadan Rail and Lagos Ibadan Road. Yet a politician in Southwest will tell me the North is the problem. I don't know if you guys are following me. The same thing. The Southerners too had their problem. When Jonathan, you won't believe, I want to tell you people a lie here, go and verify. The road will go to okay. Now when Fulani man become president, then do it. So you see, so that let's not buy into all those trash of that's what politicians just use to divide we as masses. But now the main point I really even want to go to now is where the governors. You know, I used to say this thing a lot, and unfortunately, I'm not really happy with my own governor in Osun State because I feel he can do far much more. It's like the governors have been given a leeway to just, you know, everybody will want to come and blame Central, forgetting that a substantial amount of allocations goes to the state governor. And one problem we are having is that at the federal level, when projects are being picked or infrastructure developments are being looked at, they look at viability. They look at viability. Now, for instance, if as a governor that Aba is under my jurisdiction, I have actually put in place some kind of systems. Are you getting me? That makes Aba highly productive and interesting. There is you don't even need any argument at the federal level to tell people that with the industry going on in Aba, we now need a standard gauge rail there and a distance. Those are pull factors. Somebody was saying here that Aba at some point and Lagos were at par. It was during regionalism. It tells you, it goes far to tell you how the import of the local administrators of the actions and inactions of local administrators in each region. So I want we citizens to disabuse our mind from all these federal don't like us. They no. And then there was a statement here I would like to correct for information's sake. It's not like maybe federal government just went to Central and said they want to develop Wari Itape. No. When steel was when Ajaokuta was found to be very viable for steel production, part of the agreement with the Chinese, with the Russian construction company, that Shagari had then was that okay, if we come in, build this place and start producing, I think it was a PPP arrangement. One of the requisites this we want from you is a rail line from Itape to Wari, so that we can, when these steels are done, we can also ship it out. Are you getting me? For foreign exchange, which makes sense. That was what bettered Wari Itape line. It's not, you see, decision.
Hello, Raj. I'm not interrupting you, but let's engage. All right. So let's assume that that's what you said, that Wari Itape, which is the 15th. Out of the 15th out of 15th in terms of density, it's recording the paltry sum of 305,000 people, whereas Lagos PH2 via Onitsha is recording 8 million, over 8 million. And the Kano, now tell us what Kano Maradi rail line, what was agreed? What was the position on that? How did we...
Okay, thank you very much. I like that question. You see, it's still tangential to what I'm saying. Niger is landlocked. And at present, Nigeria is at an advantage to capitalize on the potentialities of import and export to Niger. Like I said, decisions are not just made based on sentiment. Now, if that rail can actually work, we can actually bring that rail from Maradi to Lagos. Over 90% of the import duties or tax that other countries that Niger is shipping from that revenue will come to Nigeria. That is the idea behind this project. It is not say because I'm a Fulani man. I want to. No, Jonathan also signed a transcript to Cameroon and this thing now. It's because of this same economic advantage. So you see this issue about now because the Fulani man want to do rail to. No, economic decisions are not made that way. Now that's where you will now see that even the North the North up to now, as they say, na their own power reach,
But,
still seemingly.
Raji, let's be specific because I mean you talk a lot in generalization. Like the
Okay.
Lagos through PH, through Onitsha to PH. So you believe in your mind, in your heart, that Kano Maradi is more viable than that economically. It's not. It was not done based on sentiment. It was done.
No, 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 no,
Is
no,
that
no,
what
no,
you're
no. You are mixing it over. Okay, let me give
No,
you an
no,
information. Yes, you.
that was the essence of what he asked you here. But he started
Okay, okay,
dragging us
okay,
with
good. Okay, okay, good.
Niger.
Okay, let me now.
I'm
Okay,
not
good.
doubting the
Very
potential
good.
that Niger.
No, no,
And
no.
we are looking at
I
the
get
two
your
of
point.
them. 8 million, the other
I
one. So yeah, tell us.
Yeah, I get your point. Okay, good. I get your point. Now you see, first and foremost, if you go and look at the budget now, away from politics, away from sentiment, objectively, every region has equivalent amount of fraction in capital budgetary allocation. Go and look at any budget you see from any year. Secondly, some projects are PPP. They are not totally government funded. For instance, this Lagos Calabar highway that people are shouting 15 trillion. How much is our budget? The government will now put 15 trillion on just one road. You will find out that if over 80% of that budget is private sector driven. That's true. Thirdly, wait, let me land on this
Hold on.
point, please. Let me land on this point.
I know you want to land, but I want to engage you on that particular one so that you will not miss it. You said the Lagos Calabar was not funded by Nigerian states. I agree, it wasn't largely funded, it was PPP. But before the PPP, private sector comes in, federal government has to develop interest, has to be involved. You have to, make a commitment. Now, the question is, has federal government made commitment to the number one most viable route in Nigeria, which is Lagos to Onitsha to PH? That's the number one most viable route in Nigeria. And if that is, if you are going to tell me that if you were an investor and you're presented with these two options, number one, Lagos Port Harcourt via Onitsha. Number two, Warri Itape and maybe Kano Maradi, you would choose the latter ahead of Lagos Port Harcourt, Lagos Onitsha to Port Harcourt. Is what you're saying? Go ahead.
Okay, thank you very much, Anambra son. But please let me be landing before you so that my
What happened now? Go on now, go on. Hello.
I was muted. Okay, thank you very much. So, okay, good. Now, please allow me land so that you get my message. Now, I'll land on what you said. Now, you see, that is where the importance of local stakeholders now come in. What am I saying? Now, you said, you talked about Port Harcourt, this thing being the most viable. Of course, some people might argue against that, but that's not even the issue of the issue of the day is, okay, why does it seemingly look like other regions are getting these things, but that sides are not getting it? Now, good. Now, if, for instance, I have
The argument is that these are data. The data is showing that they are. See, I don't know.
Wait. Now, let me
Calm down,
land. I
calm
get
down,
the
calm
message you
down.
are
You will
passing.
land. You will land, my boss. Yeah, don't worry. You will land. But looking at it, when I don't know how well you travel, but in normal transport by road, you can just use it to verify and find out what we talk about. Like that route, I mean, that is even number one in Nigeria, to be honest with you. And when you check about the businesses and the intertrade that goes on within it, either movement of goods, human being, it's not, you don't debate it now. How do you talk about Warri Itape? And
Okay, this thing
how
is
do you
this thing has
even
a lot
do
of
that?
layers.
How do you do
Okay,
that in
Alfonso,
Yeah.
Please give me time. Let me bring all these layers out so that you will understand my point. You people have valid points.
You know why
No,
me
I
I'm
told you
even
you have valid
concerned.
points, but
Wait,
let me.
one second. One
You have
second.
valid points.
Yeah, one
Okay.
second. I would have even let you say whatever I want to say and go, and I'm not bothered. But I'm very concerned because you say it's not about sentiments that people make these decisions, and you call it economic
Yeah, I'm
decision.
talking about federal government. Federal
Yes,
government.
yes,
Federal government does not make
I'm
decisions based
coming
on
to that.
sentiment.
For example,
Yeah.
the road that you said that led to Otueke, right? Because I know the east-west road that went to Port Harcourt by far is a more, I mean, in economy, even Calabar to road is more important than that federal road that you say went to Otueke that Buhari did. If it was not just purely sentiment and nonsense, why will he leave, go to Calabar to road and see what is happening there? I'm telling you, all the ones that connect Aba to Cross River. I mean, through the Odikbani axis, there's only one route that leads to Calabar. If you are going from anywhere into to, if you are coming from Nigeria, there's only just go there and look at those places. I mean, and these are important roads. I'm talking about road, not even rail, right? I'm not talking about something big. And a president went and does the one from Otueke, which I don't know how many people that goes there. And you're telling me this is an economic decision. Even the Kano Maradi one. Yeah, I could agree with you. There are a lot of reasons for that. But looking at both of them, which one is more viable? That is just the whole thing. Because
Okay.
one I'm
Okay.
very
Thank you.
bothered is
Okay.
it
Thank
has
you.
nothing to do with sentiment. Because I could be the president, I will use my sentiment to just do whichever one I want to do and say, let me do the infrastructure. It will bring about the viability instead of fixing the infrastructure on where it's already viable. How about that?
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Okay. Now, you see, let me start like this. Let me come back to the Wari Itakpi. Now, the Wari Itakpi line was revived. Are you getting me? Because it has already been there. So the cost implication to revive it is far cheaper. Are you getting me? Than going to start a new road or a new infrastructure considering competing priorities vis-a-vis resources available. So these are some of the factors that affect decisions. That's one. So it's not like maybe they deliberately left Enugu Port Harcourt road or something to go and do what it happened because of something. No. How much do we have? Okay, what are the projects we have on ground? What is the feasibility? What can our money take care of? All these are factors. That's one. Two, when we now talk about the, for instance, somebody said private sector, a government must have commitment. Why will government commit to that and not this? That is where stakeholders in that locality come in. Now, if the Eastern governors, for instance, 5 of them, maybe have a pally or something, because of course they have forums, Eastern Governor Forum, this is why they are there. They now were able to get commitment of a private sector that say, okay, this particular corridor, we are bringing 70 to 75% of the fund for this particular project people have identified,
Are you
infrastructure.
aware that railway? Are you
Wait
aware that
now,
railway is
you
within
won't, I
within
won't make
federal
my point if
government?
you keep. Let me finish one now. Then we. If not,
You are misleading our
no.
audience.
You
You are
see, this is the
misleading
point.
our
No,
audience.
even when I finish.
No, you are misleading our audience when you say that the governors should come together and do this and do that, whereas the particular thing you are asking them to do is
In the
not
other
within their
governors
purview.
didn't come together
Are you
before
aware?
they did the Kano Maradi. No governor came together.
Exactly. So
I
so
mean,
why
I
why
mean,
why why do you have to come and
all this
explain to us?
play,
Eh,
mental gymnastics. I
excuse
mean,
me, excuse me, Afonso. See how I see what the problem I have, Raj. Why do you have to come here and explain to us why important infrastructure in within the corridor is not being developed by the federal government? Why do you think it is important for you to do that explanation? Why do you think it is on you, upon your shoulder, like it is your responsibility to come and tell me why I should stop requesting from the government to do this and do that? Instead, I should go to my in what capacity are you doing that? Are you doing that as a federal government representative, or are you doing that as somebody that loves federal government so much that you don't want them to spend money on this region? And listen, we are talking about entire region that bets the economy, the what feeds the country. The oil region is included here. The oil states is included here, and up the way to Maiduguri. Remember, we are talking about the entire belt, not just Southeast, because you keep talking about the governor of the Southeast, the governor of the Southeast. We are talking about Eastern Economic Corridor. It spans from Port Harcourt to Maiduguri. If you want to talk about it, mention these places. Why is the railway that leads from Aba to Maiduguri, why was it not part of the project? The railway that leads from Port Harcourt, to Maiduguri, Port Harcourt to Enugu, for example, why was it not attended? But if you look at the list, Port Harcourt to Enugu is one of the most viable routes. All right, and we are talking about the oil producing region here. So why do you think you owe it as a responsibility to explain to us why the federal government didn't do it? Don't you think it's something you should pound on? You spend so much time explaining to us why federal government didn't do what they are supposed to do. At the end of the day, is the federal government not supposed to build a way that crisscross the entire country? And you're coming to explain to us why it did not do it. Do you understand? Like, for example, if federal
I
government
mean,
didn't build the
yeah,
railway,
I didn't even think about it in that way. Like,
yeah,
countries even
exactly.
build
When
railways
they did this thing,
across,
they don't
like you see
understand the
countries like
implicit.
China, giving us reasons that we don't have enough money, and why in
Yes,
a case they have little money, they will not even consider our own until our governance. I mean,
exactly.
like
Like
it is responsibility to
of
explain
the
federal
national
government the
building?
responsibility.
Is this part of the national?
So,
Listen, let me tell you something that it means, because to you, you are trying to educate me. You are trying to explain to me the intention of the government. But to me, you are telling me that I don't deserve, or the region does not deserve, this infrastructure. And when we point out that this is needed for the economic development of this our region, and you are coming to tell us, no, they know the reason why they didn't do it is because it is not viable, because there was a priority, because there was a, like, are you the federal government? Do you understand how ridiculous that? So when we listen to it, it sounds ridiculous to us. So I just want to let you know that today this whole back and forth is ridiculous. What we are discussing is economic development of the Eastern Economic Corridor that spans from PH all the way to, after now, I'm going to come to Maria Elue. I want Maria to make her contribution all the way to Maiduguri, and the entire belt is not being attended to. On the maritime, on the energy, on the transportation, these key things. That's what we are saying. So if you talk about this, understand that what you are talking about needs much more information. You need to defend it from the point of view of federal government with enough information that will be able to make me believe that I don't deserve, that will be able to convince me that I don't deserve this infrastructure. So I just want you to have this at back of your mind when you are speaking on this space. Thank you.
You see,
So, Uche, can I finish
I
my
know.
submission?
Sorry, please. I'm on mic now. When I finish, please. Thank
Just
you.
round up
You see,
because he was here
Anambra
before
person,
you,
I
before
know how.
before
Wait now.
network.
I know how this works. I know a lot of DMs have been going. They don't allow that guy talk. I
Nobody,
know.
we don't
But
do
you
that
see,
here. We don't
even
do
in
that
your
here.
state,
Look at the message. We don't
wait,
do that here.
even in every.
Listen, we
I
don't do
see.
that here.
Why
This is a
do you
professional
disrespect people so much?
space.
Like, I mean, this is nonsense.
We don't.
If this is what you guys do in your
That
spaces,
is
I
what
mean,
you
don't
do,
bring
and
this in now.
you project such
What is
negativity.
what is meaning of this nonsense now?
No, we don't
You
do
have
that
spoken
here.
here for close to 30 minutes and you're telling me, and you have not even told us anything reasonable.
Space,
And
we
you're
didn't even
telling us if you don't
allow
want to
anybody
speak,
to
you can
speak.
respect. I mean, if you can respectfully leave if you don't want to talk on it. What is this now? Please.
Can
Okay,
I
sincere
can I
apology.
can I let you
Sincere
guys
apology.
know something? Raj has always been
Aku, I
somebody.
beg
Wait, hang on,
now.
hang on. You're gonna talk. Nobody's gonna gag you, right? But if you know him, he's a troll. He knows how to troll people, and he does it in a way that subtly. So
I'd rather he displays his whatever he wants to display, and then for the audience also to decide. But let's educate him because I'm sure he doesn't know, and I'm also sure that
Okay,
he's
Aku,
delivered the
thank
point
you
well
very
today.
much.
That's all I'm gonna say.
Aku,
But
thank you.
one
Thank you
question
very
to
much.
you, Raj. How many Southwest governors came together and South governors came together to discuss about that road, the current one that Tinubu is doing from
Okay,
whatever
thank you
Lagos.
very much.
Secondly,
Thank you very much.
the Marudi road that he went to Niger Republic. How many northern governors sat down and talked about it? Now it came to
Okay,
the
thank you.
one for the former East, as in Eastern Corridor, Economic Corridor. Now you're telling the governors that the governors need to sit down and talk about it.
Okay,
That's your
thank you very much.
hypocrisy, man.
Thank you very much. I would address everything. I sincere
No, yeah,
apologies,
I'm giving you
Alfonso.
3 minutes to do that, please.
Okay, thank you. Even in every state as we speak, every state as we speak, the governors are prioritizing projects. Not because they don't like one part of the state, but because of the viability. What if we connect this and this? What are we getting there? What is present there? That is why let go and check. The first report about Lagos Ibadan Expressway was that it was from Lagos to Shagamu that is viable. They didn't even say Lagos Ibadan. Why? Because the local leadership in Shagamu then and Lagos were doing things that are pull factors that will now make the government look that way, that, oh, things are happening here. Let's link. It's not just because you have data or because it's long. No. And it's not like federal government is neglecting any part. But within the competing resources, that is why you will see Enugu Port Harcourt Expressway, Aba Onitsha Expressway will be prioritized ahead of probably Odukpani district. Not because Odukpani too is not important. That's my point here. Secondly, any of those PPP you see, any of those public-private partnerships you see, there are stakeholders of that locality who actually made it happen. That's what I'm saying. That I use governors as an example does not mean it must be governor. If Tony Elimelu today, with his business connection, can get something tangible, for instance, I'm just using an example, like the Maradi own, is somebody from that locality that brought people who brought in counterpart fund. That's my point. So let's stop looking at this thing from the angle of they are neglecting us deliberately. No, nobody will see something nice and not jump at it. So even the Lagos Calabar, there are stakeholders in that region who actually sourced for this fund and went to federal that see, oh, we are ready to drop this if you complement it. That's how it works. Please, let's drop sentiment and try to understand how things work so that we can actually move forward. That's my point. I'm not saying anywhere is more important than anywhere or any. No. I'm just saying the factors that drive the advancement of these things include stakeholder involvement, which governors are one of the highest stakeholders of influence and interest in this situation. That's my point. So I have a lot of things to say, but I've been given 3 minutes. So let me just stop here. And I really appreciate getting
All right,
the mic.
thank you so much. Thank you for your time. And
Then, bro.
unfortunately, you do not understand what we are talking about. So let's go to Maria. Maria Elio, you have the floor, please.
Good morning, everyone. Can
Yeah,
you hear
good
me?
morning. Yes, I can hear you.
Yes.
Loud and clear.
Maria, we can hear you
No.
loud and clear.
Yes, this is a very good initiative.
This
As a matter of fact,
angle, I have to remove you. Every time you come to this place, you keep doing this thing. I beg. Stay one corner first.
okay, so I said this is a very good initiative that we are discussing and we are creating awareness.
Yeah, Dr. Kenike, if you can also co-host, I can make you second co-host so that I'll bring up more people. Thank you. So go
Hello,
on.
are you
Yeah.
hearing me?
Maria.
I'm speaking. Okay.
Yeah, Maria, go on. 1
It's
second, go on.
it's not a hidden thing that Igbos are being marginalized. Igbos are people fear Igbos because they know what we can do. If we are given opportunity, Igbo will go to the moon. Igbo will build house in the moon. We know that's the reason why they are so scared of the Igbos. And they don't want to give us what is our right. But I'm happy that people like you and I are speaking up. And we are not buying into lies in this place. I agree with the person who says alliance needs to be formed to push for things to happen because it's obvious they are not going to give Igbos. They are not going to give us our right. We have to fight for it. We have to push for it. I'm happy with the people who are saying we need to form cooperatives. I agree with that too. Because we know that without these things, they're not going to give Igbos anything. I mean, what's the excuse for what is our right and we are not being given? That people are saying a governor should come and form a line. Why is it always that when it comes to Igbos, our own is different? I don't have much to say because everything that needs to be said, some of my people here, like Afonso's, Chinonso and Co, have said it. And that's the way forward. That's the way forward. So let's keep pushing for it. Let's keep pushing for it. Because if we don't, they are not going to give us. And I'm happy that you people are silencing lies. Keep it up. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you so much. So we go straight to Ohimiri. Ohimiri, if you can hear me, let's have your contribution.
Uche, did you guys drop Raji Raj, I beg, or he just ran away?
Hello, good morning. Can anyone hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. I don't know. I
Yeah.
don't want to center this conversation around somebody, please, Kenny.
Yeah, so
go ahead.
interesting that we actually deviated from the conversation around the Eastern Corridor. Yeah, I guess the last male speaker was more like we are deviating because introducing matter not relevant to the conversation has taken away much of our time, more than 30 minutes of our time. So, but let me just quick one so we don't stand till we begin to measure on. So things like what pipe-borne water, stuff like that. Yeah, the crux is basically on federal government. Yeah, if we are being honest, irrigation dams, state cannot build that. So, and for you to have a large water body, federal government must do that or give you access to the water because anything navigational waters and what have you within the purview of federal government. Blaming states is we running away from responsibility. The constitution is quite clear. Federal government gets 52% of the allocation. So why will I leave a component that gets 52% of the allocation to disturb somebody that gets 26? So it's me shying away from the responsibility. It's me trying to play smart, you understand? And the last male speaker was kind of slick with it, you understand? So, and also things like, the real will ignoring a particular section of the economic corridor basically to finance a Kano to Maradi. So whereas if you are saying is a continuum of the Western line, so why did you leave from Ibadan to connect to Abuja? Then you now do from Kano to Maradi. So how is Maradi going to be connected to Lagos? So why not do Lagos Ibadan through Niger to Abuja? Then it connects to Kaduna that already exists. You understand? So that person is quite slick. You understand? So there was almost no justification for that. And back to the conversation around the Eastern Corridor. He mentioned about the Southeast. Southeast is not the only component in the Eastern Corridor. So in the Eastern Corridor, we have about 18 states. So Southeast is 5. South is about 4. So we have the North Central. We have 4. We have 3 states in the North Central. We have the 6 states in the Northeast. So the Southeast is actually not even the major component of the Eastern line. So I don't know why we like centering it on the Southeast basically. So then looking at all this conversation around what the government needs to do or the blame game. So the government have to play its part. The government should play its part. Yeah. So he mentioned about the treaty between Nigeria and Cameroon. Yeah, the treaty is about the AFCTA, which I guess in the last place I give an insight on it. So, and it's up to us to explore. The federal government in their, like I say, I don't want to just be so for us to start apportioning blame, but we've been ignored for a long time. We are the only line getting a narrow gauge, a single narrow gauge, not even a dual line. You understand? So it's pathetic. But even at that, we protested. The Southeast people protested more than any other region, despite not being the majority state in the belt. Protested that no, why is others getting them? It looked like it's only the Southeast conversation, and our people even still got more than other regions because Southeast was the only region, and maybe Northeast later on, that got all state capital to be included in the frame, in the what's the name, real master plan. So we have Oriwere included, we have Okai included that could be expanded to Onisha. We have Abakaliki, we have Umaya is already on the line as well as Enugu. So if the other speaker said we have not, the stakeholders are not, we protested more than any other person, despite not being the majority. How Nigeria is, how people usually take the fight of others. You understand? So we don't need to start going back, but we usually take the fight of others like it's our own, and sometimes we get victimized for that. But that is how we've been in Nigeria. So looking at this, we've got that. Then the PH to Aba section was completed. Yeah. What benefit is it? You completing a rail line. The locomotives are still old locomotives that were used in the 1940s. Where others are getting new terminals built, new rails. Much more conducive. You bring in a locomotive of years back. Then if you say you want to do cargo, like basically was optimized for cargo, why not expand it to the agro areas? Aba is basically a commercial area, not more like an agro area. Extend it to beyond Enugu so produce can be exported. Get it to Benue because that is the next line vertically. From Enugu it gets to Benue, it gets to Tukpo, Tukpa, Makodi, it gets to Plateau. So if you really want, the argument was that this is an agro line, yeah, basically for cargo for exports. But it gets to Aba, it stops. You understand? If you check the last male speaker that was speaking, if you check, if I bet if you bring the components of the constitution of the budgets of the appropriation bill of the appropriation the law, I mean, because it's been signed and passed, and show me where the Eastern Rail Line was included in this 2025 budget, I guess he should be the only host every time. It was not included, whereas purchase of locomotive, signals and other things were included in the 2025 budget. So these are the things we need to talk about when we talk about somebody wants to try to act smart, like, we are not demanding enough, whereas we've demanded much more. Others did not demand to get it. They didn't demand. Or what was the Maradi's claim? At some point, we said we are doing them a favor. They did not ask. The former Minister of Transportation said so. The President said so. They did not ask. We are building for them. Not like they brought high-power delegation to come and beg for you for such. So if we are looking at that of what's the economic viability, Cameroon as a country is much more viable than Niger. We have much more, let's say, even the Belgian part and us have the same cultural inclination, the same language inclination, the same way of life, basically in the largest extent, because they were once part of Nigeria for a few years before they left. Then we have the present day Adamawa and Taraba that fully joined Nigeria. They did not join. So it's I don't know. We don't need to start running away from this kind of conversations, or we start acting smart, or we start becoming spokesperson of the federal government. What we are here for is to discuss a way forward. What is being done? Like there's before Raji, I guess two speakers before then, the person was talking. Oh, we need to bring people from these other regions. Someone from the northeast, like let's say Adamawa, somebody from Borno, somebody from Plateau, to come and discuss how do we rub minds. What are the products produced there that we can try to maneuver without, despite knowing the challenges, because the challenges is huge. If you check the ease of doing business, even states in the, let's say Anambra was the highest ranked state in the south in ease of doing business. We have Edo, no, we have, what's the name? Akwa Ibom, because Edo wasn't there. Edo is also part of the central line. So when these states have, the only challenges are the non-presence of these infrastructures. Those were the major impediment. When it comes to law, when it comes to over-taxation, these states are doing much more better because they don't engage in such. But the basic infrastructure to push it is actually what is missing, and that's what we are clamoring for. Interestingly, that the gas has come to mainstream. I guess in the last conversation we addressed about gas, where some states have gas and others don't have, and we say, oh, the other state that has was because of a line was being built to West Africa, and a state benefited from such. We talked about why Cameroon and Nigeria not relating well is impending to international trade between the southeast, south-south, northeast, north central, and Cameroon. Understand? So even let's say going back to how so that it doesn't look like it's only the southern part of the Eastern Corridor that is so much aligned with Cameroon. In 2014, the Emir of Guza in Adamawa said about when there was Boko Haram that if anything happens, they move back to Adamawa region because there's an Adamawa region in Cameroon as well. So you see how these people are, how the relationship is that close. So we just have to hope for AFCTA's agreement Nigerians to key into it fully. The road to Ecom was done by Jonathan. Yeah, was completed by Buhari, and also the bridge. So we have good roads. We have Enugu, Abakaliki being dualized now. So the infrastructures are come little by little. Some states have done their part. So and also to sorry that I have to take my time to dispel what Raji has been saying. So when he was talking of state government not doing their best, I have never seen as a Nigerian since 1999 where a federal government did a state road. I have never seen. But over time, I've seen states being federal roads many times. For example, is the Lagos Badagry Expressway. The state government had done it to the extent, so federal government just had to come back to take the Agbara to Badagry section. We have the Onisha to Enugu Expressway, where the former state government did from Anambra to Umunya, and many more and many more. So we don't need to start saying blaming on state, or we say, oh, federal government, because we are trying to like run away from responsibility of calling out the main government in power. So this kind of conversation, this kind of limitations have over time pushed for people to call for resource control. Because why on earth will I have so and so resources? Why will I have mines? Why will I have oil, and I'm still limited, I'm still choke old. So I know some persons will come and ask me, what are the state doing with 13%? So the federal government having the over 50% of what have they done to show for it in a long time. So we don't need to start pushing blames. We know where the blames are, and we know it sits well with the federal government. So the system of government is actually the limitations. But while we still have that, consciousness and deliberate partnership, deliberate trade is something we can actually do. We maybe next time subsequently, so it can look like a much more business and organized conversation. We have people from Mafe, Blue, or even Douala, as far as Douala, which is the commercial capital in Cameroon. We have somebody from Yola, we have some persons from Maiduguri, let's say Bauchi, we have Gombe, Plateau, Benue, speak, if we want these conversations to go much more further. I know that we are talking about the Eastern Corridor. So everything pertaining to the Eastern Corridor, challenges, benefits, what opportunities and how it needs to be done. You understand? People that needs to be involved. So we can bet a new conversation around it. We can bet a new thought leaders. We can bet new market off takers. We can get new aggregators. So because there's an AFCT report and basically AFDB report that states 40% of our produce are lost during the harvest time because of lack of storage facilities, lack of processing facilities as well. So this affects yam, this affects mangoes, this affects tuber crops. Yeah. So and basically these are markets we've not actually optimized well. So we can even start doing small plant. So one of the most profitable companies, we have Ukomo Oil and Presco. They are palm oils, and we have much more components of such in the Eastern Corridor, much more than you have in the Central or the Western belt. So we have opportunities in these areas where we've not actually optimized as individuals. I know state governments, they have their own part to play in these areas. Even local government can actually get into the game to make more money. So these are the conversations that we should be leading, and not trying to some persons trying to cover up for the federal government's inefficiency. So it's foolhardy. So yeah, thank you very much. Hello.
All
Are
right,
you
I can
there?
hear you. So can I
Yeah,
proceed now?
yeah,
Yes.
proceed then after you go to Ogadagidi.
Okay, cool. Yeah, back to what I was saying earlier. So like what I was saying earlier is that what I figured out is there's more like regional interests, economic corridor interest between the southwest and the northwest, and it is evident because they've enjoyed power a lot in Nigeria than the other side. But then what we still need to do is to begin to look at this from the prism of collaboration, collective interest, because whether we like it or not, This corridor spans 3 geopolitical zones in Nigeria, if not 4, technically, because we have the even technically 4, yeah, because North Central still falls in it. So we need to see how to galvanize support among these 3 geopolitical zones to push more in terms of advancing critical infrastructure in these regions. Um, Government should invest heavily in agriculture. And if you do that, the regions in the north central, northeast will benefit heavily from it, including the southeast. If they invest in critical infrastructure in harnessing the gas and providing the necessary tools for industrialization in the south, and south, it will benefit the same region. If you provide railway infrastructure, it will benefit the region. If you fix the airports, like the Port Harcourt airport, the Maiduguri airport, the Enugu airport, and make it to international standard and open it short. If you open up that economic corridor, you also get more flight activities in both regions. So, but we're not going to achieve this if we are working in isolation. That is why I said next time we want to have this conversation, it will be important that we bring people from the other zones because majority of people speaking here today are from the southeast, and even the person who came to share maybe opposing view is not even from the economic corridor. He's not even understanding the true problem. I think he's just, I don't understand. By the way, let me not talk about that. So things around, say, railway. Railway is a critical infrastructure because even if you look at the colonial era, it is the major infrastructure the colonials used in transporting raw materials. Even today, you can still use it to transport heavy materials, especially for export and also for transportation, goods and services. So we need to also make sure that the Port Harcourt Maiduguri Railway is working. This thing used to work in the past. Why is it that now that we are living in an era where we can say, oh, we are now being governed by own people, that these things are no longer functioning? It is a disservice to the people. It is a true disservice to the people. But like I said earlier, it is not something that one region will champion alone. And again, I don't want our people to come and start saying this like, oh, this is some sort of Igbo people thing because maybe Eastern, the name Eastern. When we see Eastern, we should not just presume that it is Southeast or Igbo land or Eastern region. It is talking about if you flank Nigeria into two or divide Nigeria into two vertically, one side is the East and one side is the West. So the Eastern corridor spans from Port Harcourt or Calabar to Maiduguri, Yobe. So we need to start seeing that we have a lot of things in common in terms of trade, in terms of commerce, in terms of goods and services, in terms of business and services. So, and if we also do that, it will also give room for more interaction between our neighboring communities, like countries like even Gap or Central African Republic and Cameroon. So, and it will also help integrate easy movement of goods and services between the West and East, because it's not like you are not dividing the country. You're only trying to make sure that you balance the economy in such a way that people can actually thrive irrespective of where they are in the country. That is what makes a better nation. A better nation is not where everything is concentrated in one region and everybody has to go there. That is why to be back. See, I know, I understand maybe some people when they complain that Lagos is congested or people should leave their place, but for you to drive that agenda, then the government itself needs to also make sure that they balance infrastructure, they balance access to resources, access to quality lifestyle all across the country. You cannot concentrate it in one region and feel like other people should just stay in their own enclave and not come there to tap in. And again, we need to also start seeing the mindset that other places that also have potential should be invested in. The government invested in Lagos. That is why people started coming to Lagos and started investing in Lagos. The government invested in Abuja. That is why people saw it as need to also invest in Abuja. The government invested in Port Harcourt to an extent. People started saying they need to invest in Port Harcourt. So government need to also take the bull by the horn and say, we see that Maiduguri has great potentials. Let's invest in it. How can we invest in Maiduguri? Maiduguri has a lot of agricultural potentials. Make agriculture there, industrialize agriculture there, and provide the enabling environment such that people can come easily do business and go. If you do the same thing in Taraba, do the same thing in Benue, they call Benue the food basket of the nation. How come that the food they are wasted? You need to invest in these produce value chains. It doesn't mean that government will have to do everything, but what government needs to do is, like I always say, provide the enabling environment, create easy access so that people can come to those places and take those things and transport it on somewhere else, or even process it and take it somewhere else. The same thing is also applicable in the Southeast. For example, Aba has huge potentials in fashion and leather manufacturing. If you open up the whole place and create the enabling environment, then it becomes a very big hub. Then it can also serve the export that we need in the Port Harcourt port axis or Calabar port axis, where goods manufactured in this place can be easily transported to the port in One or Port Harcourt and ferried out of the country. The same thing should be applicable to Nnewi. There are a lot of activities happening in Nnewi, industrial activities happening in Nnewi that can lead to export. We have the innocent car manufacturing. It doesn't have to transport their good and take it to Lagos. And many other activities in this region. But like I said, the only way we can achieve this is when we come together and not see it as one zone problem. When we talk about the ports in Calabar, Akwa Ibom, or Port Harcourt, or even Warri, we should begin to see it as an avenue, something that will benefit each and every one of us in the region. Therefore, we need to amplify it. And this is why I call this political stakeholders. They need to intensify their efforts, especially those in the National Assembly, to see the needs to champion this, to see that when budget, because the Senate, they review the budget, House of Rep members, they need to make sure that their own interests are also included. Make it a case, make it a serious case. Don't just leave it like that because when you look at it, you say this one is going to be in the southeast or in the northeast or in the south. Therefore, I'm not going to be involved. I don't think it is going to help us in any shape or form. It is not going to help us. But that is just my own 2 cents. But please, Alphonsus, I think we need to also give room for more voices from the south, the northeast, even the north central that also falls within this corridor to come and share their thoughts on what they think. And let's also see if they understand this thing the way we see it, if they understand this economic corridor the way we see it. And we need to also continue to advocate and sensitize our people about, especially people in the Southeast, about not seeing this as an Igbo thing or as an Igbo marginalization, because some people are already seeing it around that way. But let's see it as maybe some gaps that people in government have not seen or they don't understand. So we need to also see it from that prism. And even our stakeholders to also challenge them to see this through this angle so that in the near future they can begin to right some of these wrongs. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you so much, Deep Sky. So one of the things you said that I picked something very important from is when you said that maybe because it is named Eastern Economic Corridor. So I was just thinking, why is the other corridor not named Western Economic? Yeah, it is called Western, but why did they come up with Lakaji name? And it got me thinking because I think the people that came up with that name, intentionally came up with that name so that it will not look regional, right? Because I have there's something I shared with you, Alfonso. You saw that document by USID and other international bodies, right? I don't know if you are there, Alfonso. Can you hear me? So I shared the documents with you.
I can hear you. I can hear you.
Yeah, there's a document I shared with you, right? That is a PowerPoint presentation that was done on agribusiness investments on the Lakaji corridor. That the document is supposed to be an overview of opportunities and shared values within that region. It was presented in 2013, right? August 2013. And it was sponsored or supported by NEST, that is Nigeria Expanded Trade and Transport, in collaboration with USAID from the American people. And the the agribusiness investments on the Kaji corridor, promising opportunities and shared value, was the topic. And this one is called Eastern Economic Corridor. And when you give a name, is very important. It's very important for branding. It's very important for promotion, and it will also attract investment. So maybe we should start thinking around a coinage, because the Lakaji was coined from Lagos, Kano, and Jibia. We should come up with a coinage that captures the cities within the corridor initials or something, to make it look much more like a brand on its own, you know, that can be used to that can be promotable, you know, because when you talk about Eastern, people in the north, especially northeast, may not see it as their thing. And when you talk about Eastern, people in the south may not even own it. Onita, you want to say something?
Sorry,
Yeah,
Uche.
yeah.
Sorry, Uche. Just a
Okay.
moment. Anisha, I'm very, very sorry. So, just like you say, that's why I'm advocating that we need to start having this conversation from both spectrum of the southeast, the north, central, northeast, and then that is where they can also understand. Because I said before, they need to also understand the implication of not amplifying this corridor. If we think the name is the problem, then we can come with a different name. But if you don't have that sort of stakeholder conversation, it's never going to happen. You understand? Because if you look at this space now, I can assure you that whenever a lot of people come, when they see Eastern Economic Corridor, many of them will not want to even join in the first place because you think that you are talking about the Southeast or you're talking about Biafra. You understand? So maybe we need to actually also take that bold step of to even bring these people. Like look for even influencers in the north, south, north central, northeast, and have these conversations privately, and then agree to say, okay, this is how we bring this conversation to the public. I think that's even some of the little steps that we need to take. Thank you.
Yeah, Onicha, I wanted to
Okay,
say something.
can I say
Yeah,
something?
so I
Yeah,
actually
no,
find
so
what
just
you
hold on.
said. Basically, yeah, we need others to take the conversation. Like I, as Onyanambra, for example, I am closer to the central line. You understand? So there's already a line in Agbo. So Onisha is closer to Agbo than Onisha is closer to Enugu. You understand? But because of we have used basically the Niger River basically to move it to the eastern. So we talk more about the eastern corridor. And if we are so passionate about it, in as much as we can actually benefit from the two, sitting in between, sitting almost in the central line, is something that we need to look forward to. And like I said earlier, we need persons from northeast, south, north central, basically. Let's say Plateau, for example. So in the eastern line, in the eastern corridor, Plateau State is the only state running its metro, like a train metro on the eastern line, because the line in Jos is still working, and the state governor during the fuel subsidy alliance with NRC and worked on the rail line. So they are using the rail for the intracity transport. So we have Plateau, for example, we have every benefit to get from them. So there's a data published by SBM Intelligence, so highlighting the focal point of road transport in the country. So, and major cities in the Eastern Corridor were actually the Eastern Corridor featured most cities that are much more busy. So in the north, for example, we have more buses within Nigeria's in Plateau, just for example, than you have in Kano, going to different routes. I'm not talking about the volume, I'm talking about the reach. We have Lagos in the west, we have Kano, those are the two major cities. Then in the eastern line, we have Port Harcourt having the wider reach. Then we have Onitsha, we have Jos. So if we are looking at these three, but we actually have to include four. Other zones have three geopolitical zones involved, but the Eastern Corridor has four geopolitical zones involved. We have the North Central, we have the Northeast, we have Southeast, and they have South. So having a two-name city or a two-city name nomenclature, actually other people might not want to sit well. Having a four nomenclature city we like four representing the four different zones might actually be too long and not so. What we might just need to maintain the name, but with the push, the champions should actually be from the four zones. You understand? So it doesn't look like it's only one zone talking. That's why I said we need to have people from Plateau tell us what are the options, opportunities, how we can develop on it. So, and we also he talked about gas. I didn't want to talk about what is beyond our reach as because we are on this space to talk about the opportunities that it portrays for us, and opportunities that we can benefit from. So we need to, he mentioned influencers, thought leaders, players in the game. So we have looking at livestock, for example. So majorly, even in Lagos, so most of the cows still come from Maiduguri.
So, but it's easier to go from Maiduguri to Port Harcourt. The roads are almost perfect now, like almost in good shape. So, bearing the last minute changes to about to Port Harcourt, we will have a good road to the northern belt. So, and Enugu to Nsukka is being dualized, is almost completed. So I know these are coming late, like I said in our last space, but the future for this town corridor is so bright, and yeah, I see us doing the needful, and I also thank us for bringing this consciousness to the front, to the burner. So thank you very much.
Yeah, when we talk about
Hello, can I say something, please?
yes,
The Eastern Economic Corridor, I think we need to change the name, because when I saw this caption, my mind went to Southeast. It's now I'm getting to know we are talking about all the way from, say, Port Harcourt to Maiduguri, which is good. So, but any person that sees this caption, I know the right name should be Eastern Economic Corridor, but in Nigerian Palace, you will immediately think it has something to do with Southeast, or at best Southeast, South. So I still think probably we have to tweak the coinage of the name. Secondly, when you are doing business, I will use the example of countries like United States and Canada, United States and Mexico. When you want to do a business within a corridor, you need to have what one person produces, the other person needs. You need to develop economies of each of the components within that corridor. For example, probably you have Plateau, they have a kind of temperate climate, which means they can really do well in mass farming of things like apple, things, some of the things we import from abroad. You have a place like Southeast that you have palm oil and do very well in Southeast. I'm looking at agriculture because this is something we overlook very well. But when you look at what you see that agriculture is actually leading it. In fact, this problem with United States and Mexico and Canada is making me understand that agriculture plays a great role in that. Because most time we'll be looking at oil, gas, this. Yeah, those ones, they make impact. But at the basics is food. We must eat. And if foods are expensive, you have inflation. So these are some of the things we need to look at, how to make each of the components within that eastern region, eastern corridor, to be very viable so that you can do business. Like I cannot wake up now and say I want to go and do business in Jos with all the insecurity and without knowing clearly what am I going to bring from Plateau. I mean, I know that I'm going to get apple cheaply from Plateau. Instead of importing it from South Africa, I'll just go straight to find a way and buy it from Plateau. Say. So that's how you develop a corridor. Okay, that's all from me for now. Thank you for all your contributions anyway.
All right, Chino, so Emerson, will just calm down. Chino, so I wanted to say something before you jumped in, but thank you anyway. So, before now, I used to ask a lot of questions around development choices by federal government in Nigeria as it relates to Southeast. So it was when I started asking these questions to people who I believe they are in the know, and they will gloss it with some, excuse. I said, no. There must be something. There must be something that, because I usually say, what if we are an independent state? Can't we have all these things? What if Newi, for example, is an independent state? What if Anambra is an independent state? What if Enugu is an independent? That's how I look at these things. And when I look at it and I ask myself, if there were independent states, all this infrastructure, for example, Togo is very small. They have all this basic infrastructure in their place. So what are we richer? Is Togo richer than the entire region, the corridor? Is Togo richer than the entire corridor? Why can't they have those type of infrastructure that exists in Togo? So these are the things I usually ask myself, because the reason why federal government is neglecting the belt is because there's an alternative. So they're focused on that alternative. And this belt is not their priority.
Okay, because when we talk about these things, if you look at from Atlantic Ocean down to up to the Maiduguri, you see, Atlantic Ocean needs the coastal area needs operation needs to be active. Somebody from Cross River will go to Lagos to pour something and come to Cross River. It doesn't make sense. It does not make sense. Whereas the person is closer to the Atlantic Ocean. So the questions now brought this topic, and I started, for example, I started engaging the person that took it up. Someone like Cheta Wanze took this case very seriously. He conveyed a lot of meetings around this subject and made it very visible. If you go online, most of the work done on this subject thanks to him. And right now, he no longer have all the time to do this, and nobody's talking about it again. The federal government is pretending as if it is not their responsibility to activate this corridor. So I think one of the takeaway from today, and we'll go and do our assignments, is come up with a coinage, a name. Because listen, when people say, "And this is not our responsibility, you guys are just talking, this is just space," I laugh. Because if you understand the amount of power you wield as opinion molder or somebody that is an influencer, I know people that reach out to, if you have over 100,000 accounts, you understand the power you have. Over 100,000 followers on Twitter, you understand. In fact, every single person that has that, I'm not saying that the people that have lesser accounts don't, but what I'm saying is every single person that has over 50,000, or even big number really, they will know that there are people that will reach out to you to make an opinion, to influence an opinion. You'll be asking yourself, wow, so this thing they be. So they know that your content is important, it is influential, it gets to certain doorsteps where these conversations can come up. People learn from what we discuss here. I learned a lot of things from spaces, especially educative work. I learn new things, you make further research and acquire more knowledge. So let us stop seeing this place as a place where we just talk, unless it is banter material conversation. If it's not, if it is something that is very valuable, as much as this, believe me, someone somewhere has something interesting to give.
Professor, can you see Ogada give this request? Sorry. No? Can you?
I've
Can you see
invited
any request?
I've invited him, so he'll be coming up shortly. Emerson, you may have the floor. I've invited Ogadagidi.
Okay, thank you, everyone. Yeah, I like the topic, the Eastern Economic Corridor. That's good. Though in a literal meaning, you might take it is about Southeast. No, it's all about creating a larger economic opportunity using the Eastern Corridor. I mean, widening Nigerian economic opportunities using the Eastern Corridors. Now, every discussions I've had on this Eastern Corridor mainly centers on government. I mean, government at the center, creating these corridors. Yes. Do I agree? Yes, I agree. However, I feel while we are waiting for government at the center, there's a way you can also create, the last speaker said, options that the government at the center are still are not considering the Eastern Economic Corridor because of the option they have. We can create such option and make it even unavoidable. Now, how do we create such option? First, we need to increase our GDP. I believe I've studied several times the Eastern economy. To be honest with you, there's something I found out. I found out that we do a lot of physical shipments of our monies outside the East. Now, then I found out again what sustains Eastern GDP is three things. You see, Onitsha, Aba, then diaspora fund. That's diaspora remittance. If you take out these three, I bet you our own money goes far more than what comes in. Now, let me now explain all these things in clear terms. How do we create an option that is unavoidable? Now we control trade. We control trade everywhere. In fact, almost in Africa, we control trade. Yes, you need seaport, you need railway. However, the option that is there now is road for Eastern Corridor. I don't see a region that controls trade should also control all GDPs, all the money that comes through trade. I don't see why we control trade. We don't bring this trade headquartered in Southeast. Take example. If all the traders, heavy importers are in Southeast, every country will come to Southeast to buy things. The government at the center will now see it, wow, since I depend here, I have to create that corridor. Now, why they are not here? Because there is alternative. A region that controls trade will import and keep their goods in Alaba, in Idumota, in Trade Fair, in Kano Market and this. And people easily comes there. People easily comes there. So they neglect this. So I'm still believe that building our GDP bigger will help in creating this corridor. Now it's still boiled down on thinking of East. It makes no sense that a region that controls trade, I keep saying it, will not control at least all the GDPs that accrues from trading, the imports, the everything. So that's one way to create economic corridor. Second one, avoid shipping our physical resources. Have any person thought of all the Eastern government, any government, governors that come, let's say opportunity of 8 years, they will stay there. I've studied, none of them spend less than 600 billion on construction, on road construction. But see the interesting thing there. 80% of these construction companies that this money are paid to construct our roads are not based in Southeast. Multiply 600 billion times 5. And every time you ship it to a company headquartered somewhere, VAT accredited to the headquarters, not a lot of things. And these people in constructing this road, I bet you are into engineering, they spend less than 40% on doing it. What it means that out of your 600 billion, only little percentage is spent in that state. Now, yes, somebody will say, yeah, Kemborg is owned by South. Why didn't you put in South the headquarters? The volume of job Kemborg does in Imo State, in other states, is enough to build our GDP. Now, see the essence. If these people are headquartered here, they spend this money down here. A maker that is selling rod, beans. A maker that is selling one or two things in construction somewhere in a better market or artisan will be able to supply materials there. They get more money. He can decide, okay, let me import this thing. It will come straight down to Southeast. I have big market. Instead of when you starve him all these things, he send his money to somewhere in Lagos to buy goods by exporting that physical resources out. So another way to build this is how do we domicile our resources? Then see another angle to build this eastern corridor. While we are waiting for seaport, have any person considered that we can actually create an infrastructure along four eastern states using that River Niger basin? Do you know from Abia, Imo River that leads to Atlantic? You can create a road that will come to Imo through Uguta, go straight to Anambra through Onitsha, go straight to Enugu through Kogi. On that river axis, now it will not put pressure, it will not get closer. We are not getting closer. You have put first economic opportunity on that line. Now somebody can say, okay, let me put down investment to take ship, take containers from Abonima. Because from that axis, you only need ship, bet in that either Uguta, run through the road down to Onitsha. What it means, you are getting closer and closer to the seaport. You are getting, but you see that axis was neglected. In fact, that place is just. So I'm thinking when governors will think, okay, let's develop, okay, just like what this government is trying to do with Lagos Calabar. It's almost the same thing. Coastal road. Can we develop Eastern Coastal Road? Yes, there is. It's cut across, I'm sure, 4 states: Abia, Imo, Anambra, and Enugu. Then down to Kogi. If we create that coastal road, not we say, okay, from there, I can, be bringing container. Somebody, like, okay, let me tell you now, that I ran into an investor that thinking of things on Togo and all these other places, comes to Onitsha and about to buy things. What if I set up a shipping company in Port Harcourt that will, if you're in Cameroon, you order things, I will keep stocking, pack it in containers. When a vessel full, I ship. When a vessel, now what I'm trying to say is this: we can actually create that bet, that coastal bet, and make it closer to our Ponema. So that one can say, okay, let me put investment that will take imported goods direct from Abonima, then road it down to Onitsha and Aba. Clear. So in summary, what I'm trying to say, to create this Eastern Corridor, sometimes let's focus on how do we limit even options they have. They have options because somebody can easily go to Lagos and buy. Why we are the importers that are bringing this thing? I keep saying it. Down home, bring it down home. If every person that depends on Alapa, Idimota, and all these big markets now sees that they don't have option to do it, to come to Onitsha and Aba, the government are the same. Immediately, they will not have option. They will start thinking of, okay, how do we create so that goods can be easily moved to Lagos, easily moved to Kano, easily moved to Niger State and all the rest. So let us explore our opportunities. We are dominating this. Let's use it as to bargain. So that for now, that's my submission.
All right, thank you.
Hello.
Okay, another person is not there. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay.
We can have Ogada Gidi.
Yeah, let's have Ogada Gidi. After Ogada Gidi, okay, the 2 new speakers. Okay. Ogada Gidi,
Okay. Yes, I greet all of you.
Why I came up was I was listening to somebody telling us how we needed the governors of the southeast and the people of the southeast, and to be able to develop our own side. That was even before Rajraj spoke. So, and that made me to want to come up and they say this thing that I'm saying now. I don't think that the kind of resources that is required to be able to achieve this kind of objective, that it is something that we can rely on our governors to do, or on individual efforts or communal effort to do. So I don't think that it is something, the kind of resources that is required to build the things that we open up this region. It is not something that you will rely on a. I was listening to this senator from Delta State, Ned Nwoko, and he said that, do you know that the allocation that his state get from the federal government is bigger than what the entire Southeast governors get from the federal government? I don't know if he said, I think that was what he said. So, and it occurred to me that these governors that we're always expecting them to bring heaven and bring earth, what resources is even available for them to be able to do these things? You want them to build gas reticulation lines. You want them to build train stations and railway stations and railway lines. You want them to put seaports. You want them to do all these things. And you do not put consideration if the available resources to do these things are there. Of course, they can engage private sector, and they can also come together as a one body and one force and be able to leverage on that to do more. But then why are we not looking at it that we are actually now carrying out activism to be able to bring the federal government attention down to do what what they are supposed to do. Like, we are not supposed to be begging for these things. We are not supposed to be pleading for these things. The colonial masters that developed these corridors initially, people did not have to go and beg them to be able to. They just look at these things, and in the natural sense of doing things, this is what is ought to be. This is what is supposed to be, and they went ahead and they did these things. So, and today, just because a war happened 60 years ago, today all this corridor is abandoned to the detriment of not just the southeast but south and the other people that would have relied on it to be able to develop their own space. So I don't think it is healthy. I don't think it is right. And to me, the solution we should be critically looking at is not just to be able to ask our governors to do something. Of course, we have to continue to do that, and they have to do more. We have to make sure that we are talking to them and making sure that their eyes is on the right thing. But then I don't think that should be the primary focus. The primary focus is to make sure that we get to the table as a critical stakeholder when these decisions are being made. How is it possible that Nigeria designed a gas pipeline network and planned for it, and Southeast is excluded totally? Nobody thought about industries in Aba, nobody thought about industries in Newi, nobody thought about developing
even if there are no industries, in those places, because of the population that is in that place, nobody thought about it, that it would be wise to put up infrastructure that will enable this axis to develop. And because of this thing we are talking about as if it is nothing, look at what is happening in Ogun State. Everybody want to go there and build their factory. Everybody want to go inside their factory in Ogun State. Why is it happening? Is it that they are the only ones that have? What do they have that is not available? What they have is this thing we are talking about. Because they have this gas pipeline, industries there will be able to have access to cheaper power. And therefore, they will naturally go there. Even Igbo men, we are calling Igbo men to come and put their industries in Igbo land. That we should come and build headquarters. If you build the headquarters and build the businesses, what infrastructures are there for them to leverage on? These are the questions. How would they be able to outcompete the one that is being cited in Lagos, being cited in Ogun State, without these leverages? So this is a very, very important thing that we have to think about it critically. To me, I think we are at a very critical juncture that we have to recognize the task that is before all of us. We must make alliance that will be able to bring us to the table where these things are being decided. We must. This is a time that our people have to eschew every kind of sentiment, every kind of emotions. That like when you hear talks of uh, if woman is not becoming the president, I'm not interested in voting. Or if a road to Onitsha and Lagos is not blocked, and I have access to my shop, I'm not interested in politics, or all those kind of stuff. It is time to bury these things and realize the task that is ahead of all of us. We must know now that the only way for us to get this thing we are looking for, it is not through Biafra agitation. It is not through supporting a good governance. It is important to support good governance, but then we must have access to the table where all these things are decided. We must have access to the table where all these things are decided, or give it a few years time to come from what we are already seeing on the ground. Then there will not be any kind of parameters for you to now be able to even talk about developing this corridor. We will be totally dependent on Lagos, because that is what the federal government of Nigeria have been doing since 1999. It has been amplified.
Sorry, I need to come in there because your submission there, your submission now
No, you will come
touch
in.
on what I see.
No, you will come in. I am not replying to you. I am not replying to you at all. So you will come in when I finish. So as I am saying, so we really need to put our head down. And I was muted.
Sorry, go ahead.
Okay. And understand this thing, that our answer to this problem lie in politics. Our answer to this particular problem, for different problem, it is not something that we can organize around it, something that our goodwill is going to help us to get into it. The answer to this particular question lies in politics. We're not going to have any government propose a road network that will benefit your economic corridor to the tune of 15 trillion if that person did not consider himself a critical stakeholder in advancing that particular economic corridor. You are not going to have them talking about bullet train from Lagos to Abuja, from Abuja to Yobe State. You are not going to have them talking about road from Sokoto to Lagos State, road from Lagos State to Calabar, and both road and the rail infrastructure is Lagos centric. Everything is pointing in Lagos. And then when this is fully developed, or when it have received a considerable attention, there will not be or any other option. It will just be something that we just have to accept at that point. Because when they finish developing this coastal road network, the idea behind it is that you will import from Lagos and take to Calabar. Nobody will talk about Calabar seaport anymore. Nobody will talk about One. You know, you talk about why are we importing from Lagos when you have all this and all that. Is it Port Harcourt seaport that have been oversubscribed from January to September, as of the time that we were talking about it in September? That if you want to get something in 2 months' time, that you are going to go there. Yeah, I think, but at this point, if you want to get something this year, I don't think you are going to want to go and try to use that option, if I'm right. So we are in a very deep problem, and our solution is it lies in politics. We must bring somebody that understand what is at stake for the people that lie within this region, that we have to develop that corridor so that this over dependence in Lagos, this shipping of youth every day from various part of Nigeria to Lagos, and people crying ethnic battle cry for us, we are coming to take over Lagos, this one, so that all these things will die down. It will die down. And the people doing these things, they are the ones sponsoring these people to do all these things. And they are the ones creating the problem, because they are the ones that are over centralizing everything in Lagos. And if you do not develop infrastructure in other places, and you develop those infrastructure, people will naturally want to go there and leverage and exploit those infrastructure. You are going to businesses are going to Lagos to open branches, so that they will import from there. Even those of them that are in Onitsha, and then import ship from that place down to their business base in Onitsha. So it is natural thing. It is natural thing. And then you see them building fourth seaport in Lagos. You see them proposing another international airport in Lagos, despite the one that is already. This is the smallest state in Nigeria. So we have to understand where the problem lies. For me, no matter how we talk about the governors coming in to do it, about how the kind of resources that is required. Look at this AKKK gas pipeline that they are building. You know, I think that project will cost nothing less than, is it $2 billion or $4 billion just for that project. So the federal government have to come in. They have the capacity to come in and they do this thing with less problem. And in fact, it is what they should do. And if they are not willing to do it, we have to align strategically. You see some of our politicians asking you to align with APC so that you can get crumbs. I am not advocating for that. If somebody is not looking at, will not protect your interests, or will not play up to your own interest, you have to do what you have to do. And that the crop of politicians that we have in power today are there today do not mean that there can never be another option. In fact, they have to put down a government for them to be able to come up. We have to clear our eyes around this thing. Even if we take a president that is not an Igbo man but understand what is, we have to align strategically as regards this particular issue. We have to eschew emotion about these things. Thank you.
Sorry, please, quick one, please. Quick one. Please, there are certain notions that is often being peddled, and people have believed it, and that it's only because Lagos seaport, that's the only how you can import, and That's why the traders are citing business in Lagos. To be honest with you, empirically, I've studied this. It's a lie. I will give you an example. Innocent Motors, Innocent, uses on airport up to 60% of everything that comes there is Innocent. When you come, Innocent is not in Port Harcourt. Innocent is not based in Port Harcourt. When this thing come, his truck has been lined down. You see container, straight to Navy. And this guy distribute all over Nigeria. That's Innocent number one. Let me give you another example. Go and ask the Thai sellers, that's the Thai traders, floor ties in Port Harcourt. 98% of them import Rone. Yes, they import Rone. Now, I keep saying this. A region that dominates trading, that to me, all this issue of like they have peddled it, I've believed it. And again, I believe again, people peddling this are also our people traders in Lagos. There is nothing stops you. There is no law that stops that if your container bed in Lagos, you cannot freight it down to the job. Secondly, there is something you say there is no infrastructure in Southeast. I laugh. My brother, Port Harcourt Enugu Expressway can lead you to North. Okay? Onitsha or where the expressway can lead you to Lagos.
Let me ask you.
It shouldn't be a stop.
Let me ask you, Miss Song.
Okay, go ahead.
Just answer that question in less than 1 minute so that we can go to other person. In the entire Southeast as a region, combining all the federal infrastructure in the entire Southeast, are they all equivalent to Third Mainland Bridge? That's the question. Did you hear my question? Can anybody else hear me?
Yes.
Okay, we can hear you.
Okay, he didn't get my question. Anyway, let's go to Smart.
Yeah, Uche. Yeah, can you hear me?
Okay, Onitsha. Yeah, you want to respond? Then we'll go to Smart. Smart is next to speak. Then after
Yeah,
Smart, we'll go to
so
Jack.
okay. Yeah, I'm supporting Ogaragiri to a large extent, basically, yeah. So what is Ogaragiri wants us to do full, what's the name? Is an absolutionist, so maybe we don't do more until we fight for it politically, you understand? So, like I said earlier, maybe you had not joined. Politics has to play its role. Governments have to play their role. Definitely, they have to play their role, and aligning politically and all. Yeah, we have to, maybe next year, we might still start talking much more about the political implications, why and how, or which candidate, or So, but we don't want this to be fully politics, because politics will deviate us from the crux of the matter. You understand? So, I fully support you. Some of your assertions might not be correct, as a logistic player. I know some are not absolutely correct, and factually or partially false as well. So, but I understand your point, your intention. And also for infrastructure, I've always been someone that I want us to leverage what we have. You understand? So because others have not arrived, let us wait till others arrive before we kickstart a movement, a consciousness, a trade. So we don't need to wait. We need to start. Even now, we still trade, despite not having some of these things. The Southeast, we still trade. I know we want more. You understand? And I want us to do more. And it's actually coming upstream. Yeah, it's gradually, unlike 10 years ago, it's getting better. The EB2 as last year signed an agreement to just badges because of the road to Port Harcourt. So you can now take it out from Port Harcourt to anywhere. So what we are actually doing, just to give an insight, is we had a summit from Southeast Business and Investment Summit last year. So trying to harmonize the chambers of commerce to look inward to optimize the use, and also to push as a lobby group what we need to do to work together. Before you join, this is not a Southeast based conversation. This is an Eastern Corridor based conversation. Like I said earlier, the Southeast is not even the majority in the Eastern Corridor. No, we are not the majority. We are not the majority state. Yeah, we can almost be at par with South, which has 4 states in the Eastern Corridor. The Northeast, 6 states in the Eastern Corridor, and we have 3 states from the North Central in the Eastern Corridor as well. So we can say Northeast, the Eastern Corridor is basically about the Northeast. So, and as a trade group, as people use strong on mercantilism, we have opportunities. We've actually not traded so much with the Northeast. Taraba, yeah, I know, yeah, maybe a bit of hostility, Benue, yeah, Plateau, so they have the influence, but we've not actually created much more value. There are a lot of value chains for us to explore. If you talk about agriculture, if you talk about normal trade, if you talk about consumptions, South are huge in consumption. So bar Lagos, if you say top 10 states in consumption, you remove Lagos, you see a lot of Southeast and South states playing highly in that statistic. So we consume a lot. We have the purchasing power to consume a lot. So why not create a market, aggregate this produce from there? Because when you trade begets other services that comes in, even manufacturing. Because when there's a demand for something, you get to manufacture because there's already a market for such. You understand? So this is what we are looking at. The politics will come in, the infrastructures. I don't need to start listing the infrastructures I mentioned earlier. They are coming late, but they are already coming. You understand? Looking at the roads, not necessarily we have to wait till roads coming. And if you look at America, for example, the what's the name? The largest economy in the world by a mile, much more, and they still trade on highways. And if you look at the Southeast, it's highly connected by highways. Yeah, bad shapes before, yeah, but currently there is a work in progress. Looking on the Chateau to Aba, an highway on the Chateau Enugu, Abakaliki, Enugu Abakaliki section now dualized to becoming an highway down to Cameroon. Enugu southward to Aba, so we can see it's triangular. Almost everywhere is captured. So if you are looking at the Onishoweri Road, anywhere as a spur is captured. So we can actually still use highways. As somebody from Anambra, I'm saying based on my active participation and trying to revitalize the Eastern market. So we have had summits. Even this conversation can also be an offshoot. Some of us here are actually players in the chambers of commerce and what's the name and other social aggregation tools. So and also to give us information if anybody is interested in joining the Southeast Business Exports Cluster. So you can actually reach out to me, you can reach out to Uche, you have something you want to export, So if you want to join the cluster, it has been approved by the NEPC, Nigerian Export Promotion Council. So we can actually still support. So thank you very much.
All right. On the chat, I think you have to explain this thing better because this thing you just throw casually like this. A lot of people may not really grab everything you said. You may want to throw more light about the export cluster that you talked about. So explain to the audience so that you also put incentives or how they are going to join, in a better explanation, please.
Yeah, sorry. So I didn't want to take much of our time. You understand? There are a lot of speakers speaking, so that was why I just had to introduce the conversation. Yeah, thank you very much, Anambra person. So last year, because of this conversation, because of interest, thought leaders, chambers of commerce, or Chamber of Commerce, Abakaliki. I guess Abakaliki was even an active player. We held the summit, Southeast Business and Investment Summit. We have players come across, industry players, and we actually discussed. From there we have an offshoot, an agro cluster basically. So trying to create an agro cluster. It doesn't necessarily mean that these produce are made from the Southeast. So for example, let me give an example of a potato farmer. So you can have your farm in Jos. It's still in the Eastern Corridor, and we are having an export cluster in Southeast. So this export cluster is to make some of us aggregators, some of all these farm produce during harvest season, for example, yam. When you go to places like Boko in Benue, Zaki Biam, that close shares boundary with Taraba, almost Ukari, Takum. This tuber produce, which is yam and what have you, yam, cocoyam, they get to waste in July August, yeah, September peak, when there's the peak of the harvest, because there's no storage facility. So why not, for a start, before this storage facilities come? Then I know Enugu State is trying to like create a logistics hub for agriculture. So, but individual players can still come, go to the market, aggregate this produce. You can start exporting. You make your effect. Then from there, when you see, oh, you also need to create more value, because you don't jump to Z. You have to count A, B, C, and other process. You understand? So when you see, oh, you make so much more money for yourself, you decide to create values. You if it's on cassava, you make cassava flour. You at your capacity. There are players in this game, but let's use cassava for example. Now we are the largest producers of cassava in the world, in Nigeria, in the world, from Nigeria. And we have Imo State, we have Cross River State, we have Abia State, major players in the cassava space, very key players in the cassava space, but not much values have been created from it. So we've actually not industrialized from where we have comparative advantage. I see sometimes we get misguided. I'm not saying rice cannot be, we don't have rice I'm not saying we don't have rice in Abakaliki and Anambra, but where we have comparative advantages like cassava, yam, like palm produce, we've actually not taken advantage of this. So these clusters that we are trying to bet, which the NEPC and Ministry of Trade and Investment are also part of, for the Southeast to have an export cluster. So we don't necessarily move from an import dependent region. It can also be an export zone. You understand? So this is what we are trying to come up with. The cluster is still up. I will reach out to sorry about this, so the executive secretary of service, which is Southeast Business and Investment Summit. So maybe the next conversation we will be having on this space, he will speak and give much more insight. So I'm speaking because I'm aware. So I'm not speaking as in terms of authority. So maybe in subsequent conversation we have this, and the subsequent conversation, like I had also mentioned earlier, I believe the host should bring in persons from Plateau, Benue, Adamawa, Borno, so Rivers, Akwa Ibom, Cross River. So it doesn't look like a Southeast centered conversation. So we don't need to deviate from it being an economic corridor conversation to being a Southeast conversation alone. Thank you very much.
All right, so we go straight to Smart. Smart after you then Jack. Hello, Smart, are you there? Smart is not here, so we go to Jack. Jack, good morning.
Yeah, good morning, Uche. Good morning, everybody. Okay, so I think that Namua personally, I have actually discussed this topic extensively at the last time. I think that was last week or so when we had similar conversations, and I made mention of in details where we are as a region, and how the lack of federal government attention towards the eastern economy, how it has affected the region, the growth and everything, very seriously. But so today I want to focus a little bit on what I consider the solutions, right? Because it's not enough to highlight the issues. We must begin to creatively think on what do we do differently. So there's something I've thought about within myself. I just realized that what we had in the past over the last years is a situation where our people complain about the things that are not going well, the things that should have been done, and we don't follow it up with sort of creating what I think we lack in our region politically is lobbying. So we don't have an elitist lobbying group that lobbies for things that should come to us. And So I experimented something lately. So about a month ago, one of the commissioners in Imo State came to Abuja and he called me. So I spent time, engaging him on some of the things I was expecting Imo State government to do, being that they are connected to they said, of course, people would always come up with this argument that you need to belong to the president's party, the party at the center, so that your state can benefit, blah, 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 blah. So I engaged him on some of these conversations. Particularly, I discussed the issues of gas, extensively, and explained how this has stalled development in our region. Surprisingly, um, he wasn't even aware of most of the points that we make here. So it will shock you that some of the people that are leading us are not even aware of some of these things we are complaining about. That is how far. I remember when I was campaigning and shouting everywhere and talking about the fact that our region is lacking behind in um, national database, that we are nowhere to be found anywhere. We talk about how Igbo people are about 40 million people and everything. And then I practically explained that if you come to the national database as we speak, we don't have up to 10 million people from Southeast that are captured in the national database. It is an aberration. Something is fundamentally wrong. And these things are things we neglect because if you're going to, so let's assume, that I don't know anything about any region and I come to, Nigeria and I said I want to invest. If I look at the data, all the data are pointing that something is wrong with Southeast as a region. That is what almost all the data are pointing towards. Apart from maybe purchasing power, which is, I don't know how people have been able to calculate that anyway. But if you look at the numbers, it is pointing that something is fundamentally wrong. Is it that we are not paying attention to the things we should be paying attention to? And most of the time, I find it very distinct because it's our leaders that should actually be driving some of these things. It's our leaders that should know that our people are not registering on national database. They should be the one pushing it. It's not private individuals. So I remember bringing this to attention of a lot of senators, and they were all surprised. Whenever I mention it to them, they will be like, "Oh, are you serious about what you're saying? Oh, okay, we are going to do our research and all of that." But again, at the end of the day, even when they do their whatever research or whatever, at the end of the day, they don't act on some of these things. So what did I do with the IMO commissioner? I told him, I said, look, okay, this is what I want you to do. This is what I want you to do. This is what I want you to do. First of all, federal government is sharing CNG buses, CNG conversion kits, to other states in the country, right? They are giving them kits. They are sharing them buses. They are doing training for their young people, especially in the southwest and in the northern part of Nigeria, particularly Kaduna and Kano. Every day I monitor that program and I see what they are doing. But you people said that Imo State is an APC state, and your governor is the chairman of Governors Forum, Progressive Governors Forum. So why exactly can we not get at least what others are getting? Let's even leave it at what others are getting. And he said, "Oh, okay, that how does this work? Who should he talk to, and all of that." Surprisingly, thankfully, I have the people that needs to be spoken to. Of course, the only reason why I can't speak to those people is because I'm not in government, right? And then I, linked him up to all of those things. Just on Tuesday, I was in Imo Airport and he walked in and he said, I was just going to call you today. I said, what is happening? He said, there's good news. I said, what's the good news? He said that after he followed up with that conversation, that the PCIG, Presidential Committee on CNG, has just approved 3,000 kits for him, and they're also going to support, the setting up of, conversion centers in the state that they have said that they have approved 3. So they are going to approve 3 conversion centers for Imo State and all. I say, okay, so imagine if we are, lobbying enough. Imagine if we are talking enough. Imagine if we are, speaking to the right people that can actually get things done enough. And then we are not just fighting. Because one of the things I notice is that a lot of our young people, yes, we are saying the right things, but unfortunately, sometimes we are being too aggressive about it. If we are solution oriented, we should actually be thinking of how do we get these things done, and not just about how to fight about it and call people names and blame people. I'm not saying that part is not important. There's always a place for everything. Me, I can abuse when there's need for it, right? But at the core of what I want to see young people from Southeast doing, or the Eastern region, is how do we lobby? How do we negotiate? How do we talk to the right people? How do we make them see reasons to get these things done? And this is what I think we need to start doing differently. So if just sitting down with one commissioner, right, could get us to do this, that means that if we continue to engage the right people that can do, that can do certain things, that means that it is possible that we're going to be getting results. Uche, I I've seen you enough go around with entertainers in Southeast, particularly I've seen you guys engage the commissioner of art and culture in Anambra. I wouldn't know what your experiences is with people in government, but the more I engage people in government, the more I realize that there's an information gap. The more I realize that most of them don't even know what we are talking about. I'll give you guys an example. So it's not news that Mark Okoye is somebody I respect and someone probably that I speak to as often as possible. And then I remember that one of the first conversations we had was about how do we get our leaders in Southeast to work together. This is private conversation between myself and him when he was still the MD of ANSIPA. And then, I talked about some of the things we are talking about here. Why are we not reticulating gas and all of those things? He gave me some insights on some of the things that government can do and what they are thinking of. How do we also lobby at that level where some of these things can be done for us? And one of the things we talked about, or we've always talked about, is that the leaders at all level we produce in Southeast are not up to par. And when I say leaders, I'm not just talking about governors. I'm talking about even people, councillors, SA to governors, commissioners, PAMSECs, leaders across level. You understand? Business leaders. Why can't we get things like Estate Business School to come to the level where it can compete with Lagos Business School, for example? Why can't we get how do I put it? Like, if you go to the north, for example, you have Kashim Ibrahim Fellowship, where they groom the next set of leaders, where they groom the next set of the young people that are going to take the reins of power from the current players. Yes, you might say, oh, maybe in the past it might not be effective, but go to there's a set of young leaders that are coming out from the north, from the southwest, that we have not been able to replicate and groom such kind of leaders in the southeast. And of course, south, I don't know about south, but I'm just particularly talking about southeast because this is where my heart is, and that is where interests me most of the times. So, you notice that, okay, Southeast Development Commission now have told us that they are launching, Southeast, Michael Opala School of Fellows, more like Michael Opala School of Politics. We need to groom the next set of leaders that will even understand our challenges. and that have the will and the boldness to actually tackle these things, that has the skill set that is required to engage people, because you also need skill set. You also need a certain skill for you to be able to even engage people. A lot of people don't have this skill set. A lot of people we have in government cannot articulate proper solutions in their head, and then echo these things in the right rooms, and then get people that can act on it to act on it. I've told people we also maybe need to rejig our politics as a people. I am one of those people that have now begun to understand the need for us to have Southeast in particular, South to have our tentacles in all the major political parties. It is not a bad thing for us to have brilliant young people from our region in APC. I'm now beginning to see the reason why you need to do that. Because imagine we have sound and brilliant minds from our region that are in their party. In the last 8 years that have been wasted, maybe we might have been able to use it to attract major projects. We might have been able to use it to, make case for our region, and then not just, open universities everywhere, but actually, looking at those projects that will open up our region. You cannot overemphasize the importance of gas in our region. Cannot be talked about enough. I don't know how people are not seeing just how important gas pipelines, gas reticulation is at this point in our region. Because nobody is going to come and set up a major factory in your region without gas. Can people not see it? Are you guys not understanding what we are talking about? People cannot build a major, power generation, set in your region without gas, because this is what powers it. I remember a a power generation company spoke to me through the governorship candidate of Delta State, Ken Pella. Some of you must have known him. He's actually into power generation, and he was speaking to me about, how do we get Innocent to generate power in Nnewi, that his company can generate power in Nnewi, but they need to get most of those manufacturing companies to actually agree to take off those powers again. So when we took this to Innocent said, look, I have had similar proposals from different people and all of that, but the major challenge is, where are you going to source your gas from? At the end of the day, it's going to be more expensive because there's no gas pipeline running through Nnewi. So how is Chikasin, how is Innocent, how is Obuawa, how is Ibeto, how are all these people going to produce goods that will be competitive in the market when they don't have access to cheap electricity, cheap, gas and everything? So these are the issues. So the point I'm trying to make, or the summary of my conversation here this morning, is we have gotten to the level in Southeast where we need an elitist lobbyist group, people that understand the issues. I'm not talking about noisemakers now, because yes, there's a place of challenging government, calling them names, calling Soludo, that doesn't know what he's doing, and there's a place of that. But that is not going to bring the results that we're actually looking for as a region. We need young, smart, educated people that can be able to come together and then engage, not just even at the local level, but even at the federal level. Can we walk into rooms, maybe Ministry of Finance, and then ask questions around, why can't Ministry of Finance Incorporated, that is currently financing Purple Line in Lagos, why can't they finance a major railway line that will move from Onitsha to Owerri? Why is it difficult? These are the questions we should be asking at that level. But you're not going to ask that question on Twitter. You're not going to ask that question if you don't have access to the right people, if you cannot articulate your distance. And so again, my solution this morning, or this afternoon, would be around, how do we set up an elite lobbyist group for our region that will engage politically and get things done. I yield the mic. Thank you, everyone.
Okay, thank you very much. I know he's going to go next. Thank you, Jack. Is it Dr. Linis?
Smart supposed to go, but they are not responding.
Let me go.
Okay. Let me go. Is it smart? I can't see smart.
I'm here.
Okay, smart. Okay. Okay, you can go.
Yeah. Good day. Good day, everybody. Um, just step outside for me, just for a minute, please. So my opinion includes two ideas, right? So my first idea is that with regards to leadership in the Southeast, my hope is that the leaders that come out from the Southeast should begin to see leadership beyond party lines, right? Like for me, it's a question of ideology. Like, what's more important? Is it party or is it your people? You know, there is nothing bad in having several political parties like Labour, APC, ABGA, you know, but can the leaders after the election, whether whoever wins, whether ABGA, APC, whoever wins, can those leaders, from different levels, governorship, whatever, after the elections, whoever wins, let it not be for us. Let it not be a case of winner takes all. And then shift from the mindset of winner takes all to, whoever wins, it still belongs to all of us as a people. After the elections, our people should learn to, or the leaders that come out, they should learn to be able to come together and remind themselves that, yes, the party was just a vehicle used to win elections.
Go ahead. Smart.
Hello,
Go ahead.
hello, can you hear me? Can you hear
Yes,
me?
yes.
Okay, yeah. Okay, it seems I was muted at some point. Sorry about that. Okay, yeah. So what I'm saying is that beyond elections, our people should be able to show Nigeria as a whole that we are speaking with one voice. Our people should be able to show that the party system that we use for election or the democracy that we practice should not be a winner takes all democracy. We should be able to show that the party system is just a vehicle that was just used to, get a leader. But beyond that, whoever wins the election should be able to, bring everybody together. The 5 states, the 5 governors, irrespective of party, they need to see themselves beyond party. They need to just see the party as a system or a vehicle for which they use, being elected. But once that is done and clear, they need to come together and be able to speak with one voice. First of all, I feel like that is where Nigeria as a whole will be able to listen to Ndibo. Because the truth is that, with the exemption of Ndibo, we are not the only ones who are waiting for, our section of the country to rise again. That is the truth. So many minority tribes, even in the middle belt, in the south side, they are waiting for that third leg of Nigeria to stand up again. Because Nigeria has always been and will always be like a table that sits on 3 legs. And right now, one of those legs is down. And that's why it's a complete mess, So for me, I feel like that would be the first step. Like, when we're able to request for, like what he said about the blue is it the blue rail that is being set up in Lagos and all these investments there. Those guys are able to get what they want, especially the southwest and the north. They're able to get what they want because Nigerians who can clearly see that they're speaking with one voice. Nigeria, as you know, can clearly see that when the Yorubas talk, they talk with, or when the West talks, they talk with one voice. Despite party lines, they don't care if they're PDP or ABGA or whatever. But when they want something, they come together and say, this is what they want. Like, the party is just a system or a vehicle for getting an election. It shouldn't be a winner takes all situation and and runs away with everything. No. I'm talking about at any layer of leadership, judiciary, executive, wherever it is, we need to be able to come together in one voice. That's one. Number two, my number two opinion is this is something me personally I'm kind of working on, or hopefully I'm planning for. Me personally, the part of Nigeria I'm from, the east, right? The part of the east I'm from, I'm not doing so badly myself. I get plots of land, but my issue now is, unlike most people who own maybe ancestral lands back home, and all they think about is when they go home, they want to build big houses and stuff like that. Right now, because I don't base in Nigeria. Normally, I would say, okay, the first thing I'm going to do is let me go, after setting myself up here where I am in the States. The next thing I'll be in my mind will be, okay, let me go build a big stuff in a big palatial mansion back home. But right now, what I'm actually thinking about is greenhouse farming. Greenhouse farming, I think one of the major greenhouse farming, especially in the south, is in Benin. One Idahosa greenhouse farming. I've gone there once, and anytime I come to Nigeria again, I'm also going to go there again. I go there, take notes, and do my research, because I realized that farming is one of the things that our people are really shortchanged for. Right from even what our people suffered during the Biafra War, or what they had to suffer, like the major instrument that was used to bring down the spirit of of the East was starvation. Why? Because right from time, yes, we're good. They always know for planting yams, but when you don't have vegetables, when you don't have like the larger agricultural produce, it's not, yams alone won't sustain a generation of people. And it was clearly seen in the Biafra War, So, and I realized that in Nigeria, it's only in the south especially, the only like major greenhouse farm I've seen is, from my research is one in Benin. And they are doing quite well. They are doing quite well. They are able to produce. So I don't know if so. But greenhouse farming is basically the system of farming whereby you'll be able to like train the soil, a soil that's not able to produce tomatoes or normal vegetables. The ones that they always see they produce in the north. You're able to train the soil, train the condition of the weather, even during Harmattan, when there's Harmattan outside, the weather inside the farm is maintained in order to suit the production of this agricultural produce, right? So I feel like, personally for me, instead of me now to say, okay, make I go Nigeria, go my ancestral home, start to build house, build big house, which is something I can easily do. But this is what I would rather invest in. This is something I'm kind of personally I'm working on, And I know I've seen some other big Igbo guys that are doing quite well. I see someone trying to bring cattle ranching, back cattle ranching in the east. He bought a large plot of land. He wants to start cattle ranching there, stuff like that, like coming down to the basics, like stuff that would not just even see it beyond. You need to see it beyond profit, right? Because even when you build that palatial mansion at home, it's not going to give you any. So greenhouse farming is something I want to do. That is beyond profit. I'm not thinking about making profit, but I'm thinking of my own contribution.
to my people back home, So that's personally my own. So it's something I'm working on, So what I'm saying is our people should, when it comes to Basra East, they should see beyond making profits. Because right now, like I said, we are the third leg of Nigeria. People are waiting for to rise to be able to speak. So literally, we are the ones who they see us as the ones who speak for the people without voice. You can see it even clearly from this whole debacle with what happened in Edo State and whatever. You can see that yes, the North have their voice, which is good, which everybody always know the North for. They always speak up, but nobody was speaking up for the evil that was being perpetrated in the South, except for the Igbos. Obiabuluka, Ndibo, we can't mind our business. But it seems that is just the way we are. We are not people that can sit down and look evil in the eyes. We have to talk. Unfortunately, and I guess probably, and then when a population of people like that, especially the fact that we are in a large population, it brings that animosity from other regions. So Nigeria needs Ndibo, and we need to stand up. We can get there. We can get there. So personally, for me, these are just my two humble opinions. I'm working on bringing greenhouse farming to the East. Something I'm working on eventually, And my other opinion is that our leaders, especially this new generation, I'm Babun youth, we are going to take over eventually. Let us have the ideology, let us have it in ourselves that this democracy, especially in the East, is not for winner takes all. Because at the end of the day, if you do it like that and you run with everything, you're still going to be answerable to people. Even if you're running away from answering to your people, Bondable, you're still going to answer to those who you feel as if that your paymaster. You're still going to answer to them. At the end of the day, you're not free. So who is better for you to answer to? Is it not better you answer to your people and leave a legacy for them than you answer to people who don't, who don't really, who don't care, who don't even give a damn about what's happening in your region. You have oil, you're producing oil, you're doing, you're from a part that has the resources, but then you allow yourself to be enslaved by people who don't have, the resources. If we can come together and speak one voice and find a way, I know there are certain things that new generation of Igbo we can be able to unite, bring a new force, call our Ijo brothers, call our brothers from other parts of Eastern Nigeria. But that's the problem. We need to first of all speak with one voice in the East before we can even say we want to go beyond the East to unite the rest of Eastern Nigeria. It mustn't be in paper in a sense that it must be Eastern Nigeria, but South and Southeast, you can see everybody keeps talking. They want to refer to that our region. They will say South and Southeast. Most people don't differentiate it. They still say South and Southeast. So yes, that is what it is. But that doesn't mean that we're two different people when it comes to the way we approach life. So, like I said, Nigeria is waiting for the East. So if maybe our generations, if the generation ahead of us are the ones who recovered from the war, we can understand. We can say that's the excuse. The generation ahead of us, they're the ones who recovered from the war. And they've done so well. They've laid the path for us. They did their best. They've tried to pacify Nigeria, make them see Nigeria that okay, we're for Nigeria. Now the generation coming after them, what we need to do now, as a generation coming after the people who recover from the war, what we need to do as a people now is to learn to speak with one voice again, learn to bring back that unity that was amongst the entire Eastern Nigeria and even Cameroon as well. Because even when I was what I did now to work for abroad, I get Cameroon guys who try to work with, like when I tell them, they'll be like, see their fathers tell them about our people way, how they want to be part of Nigeria through the eastern part, but it mustn't be like that boundary shouldn't be there in the name of politics. Beyond politics, we can extend our relationship as we've always done, right from Ndiboche. Our people always extended relationship beyond politics, by trade, by religion, by culture. That's how we've always been. We've never been a warring people. Ndibo analog like that. We've always been a people that have always exchanged ideas by the way we live. We show people this is a better way of doing things, and they do it, and they see it automatically, and it just becomes a part of them easily. We don't even need to fight us to let people see our way of doing things. That's how it's always been. That was why Nnamdi Azikiwe was able to easily influence both the West and the East and even the Cameroons. So we need to get back there. Yes, our fathers ahead of us have done their best to incorporate Ndibo back into Nigeria, to let them know, see, okay, yes, we fought the war. They've gone through that stage. Life now stage by stage. Now, for us now, upcoming, Ndiba go at least 30, 40, 50. If you're going into politics, I'm not in politics, maybe in the future I would consider it when I'm done with my projects and all that. But if you're going into politics now, please go into politics with the idea that it is not a winner takes all situation for you. Use the vehicle of the party system. Get your leader, get your power. Let it be a healthy competition. You get what you want, but still come back to your people. Come back to even the people you competed with, you did your politics with. Come back to them. Let's come together. Let us rebuild Ali. Let us get back to where we were. Let us be that voice of the voiceless that we've always been. So I use my mic at this point. I need to get back to work. Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Okay, thank you. Let's go to Doctor. Are you there?
I don't want you guys.
I'm here.
Your mic.
Can you hear me?
Can hear you. Go on.
All right. Thank you very much, and good day to everyone. I don't really have much to say, but I'll just make this quick submission. You see, it is a sad situation that we keep having leaders at the national level that, though they are at the national level, they don't understand that their leadership should cover every nook and cranny of Nigeria. You are not the president of the North or the president of the Southwest or the president of the North Central. You are the president of Nigeria. So development should your policies and developmental strides and drive should touch every part of the country. But unfortunately, we have people who seem to just be myopic, if I can use that word. Now, and for me, I'm not Igbo. I'm from Edo State, but my major support, one of the reasons why I'm strongly behind Peter Obi is because he's the only presidential candidate that seems to understand this idea of inclusive development. And we need to give him that support. But on this issue of the developing the Eastern Economic Corridor, I want to draw our attention to the state governors. You see, we in the last 3-4 years, there's been some changes with regards to some of the things that were on the executive list being removed and placed in the concurrent list. And these are some of the things. These are some of the constitutional drawbacks that didn't allow that.
Sorry, Doctor, one moment. I hope you understand the Eastern Economic Corridor we talk about, right? Just to put that in perspective. If you can hear me, do you understand the context of what we discussed? I believe you have been here for long enough, right? We were not just talking about Southeast anymore. We're talking about the east part of Nigeria. That is from Like if you separate Nigeria, just like you have it east and west, every part that falls into the east and every other part that falls into the west. So we basically mean places like Borno State through Adamawa down to Rivers State. That is the Eastern Economic Corridor we'll talk about. Thank you. Yeah, continue your submission. I just wanted to put that out.
But Chukudima, just to even say that, away from, I think the point he's trying to drive at is the fact that some of these things, like building of railway, power generation, and all of that, that state governments now have powers to do it. But people don't understand these things. It's not about state government having power to do them.
No, no, no. How about the resources? The federal government is still in charge of the
Exactly.
resources. So what's the essence of handing them power over to do what they don't have resources to do?
It's exactly the point I want to. Exactly the point I want to make. A state government can build railway line, but a state government need $1 million to build 1 kilometer. Sorry, about $10 million to build 1 kilometer of standard gauge rail. Their budget in a year is not up to $1 billion. So where exactly will the money come from? By the time you pay salary, you have more than half of that money gone. So let's be realistic with, always talking about state governors. Some of us understand the powers of state governors. We know how state governors struggle to build even, trunk A roads in their state because they are expensive. And when they build it, sometimes to collect the money from federal government is a problem. So it's not enough to say you can do this, you can do that, you can generate power. If you build a power generation set, can you reticulate gas? Do you know how much it costs to build one kilometer of gas pipeline? You think it's a joke? Even federal government cannot even build most of those things. They need funding from abroad and something like that to be able to build it. AKK gas pipeline is being funded by, is it African Development Bank or something? Or Afri-Exim Bank or something. Is funding it. They are building railway line from Kaduna to Kano. You needed China loan to be able to build it. Even the one they are building in the east, the one they built from Port Harcourt to Aba, the narrow gauge line they built, it was a broad resources. So you need to first of all understand that there are some certain things that are way beyond the purview of the state. Even if the states come together, they still cannot handle some of these projects at that magnitude. It's a lot of money. Our states are too poor for them to even think of embarking on such kind of project. So let's spare also this talk about, we are not paying attention to state governors or all of those things. How many state governors anywhere have been able to be, with all the money Lagos is generating, they still needed funding from Federal Ministry of Finance, Federal Ministry of Finance Incorporated, to be able to build the Purple Rail with all the money they generate as a state. So that should tell you something, that these projects are way
I
beyond their
understand what
of
you're trying
money.
to say, Jack, but you're not allowing
So,
me to finish what I'm saying.
all right, go ahead, please. Sorry.
Good. Now, you just mentioned that even the federal government, right? Even the federal government cannot do these things on their own, that they have to go into a partnership with maybe foreign bodies and all that. What is stopping from state government from coming? See, I'm not, when I said looking at state government, I'm not talking about one individual state. What happens to states coming together to do something that will benefit this corridor we are talking about? What happens to states coming together, forming a block and going out to seek the same set of people that the federal government is going to look for fund for project and do things like this? See, let me tell you something. I believe in one thing. As long as your mind can conceive it, then you can do it. And with the see, state governments are not that poor the way you are trying to paint it. Most of the reason why so many of these people state are complaining they can't do all this is because they run over bloated contracts. Many of them do not do. They don't run contract the way it should be run. It's usually all this our paddy nonsense and they're giving contracts overinflated contracts. See, Even the federal government, you just said it just now, the federal government has to look for external support to do this kind of thing, this kind of things. So what stops states from coming together? The Eastern Corridor stretches from the Atlantic up to the northern part of the country. What stops states in this region coming together and do things that benefit them? Look at the issue of
so the real question, Doc, the real question should be, why should
okay.
federal government back on this project in the Western Corridor and then leave that of Eastern Corridor for the state? That should be the real question. Because if the federal government hold on. If the federal government need to borrow money to build Lagos to Ibadan, you understand? And then I'm now thinking of extending it all the way to Abuja to be able to connect the one that have been built, that was borrowed money to build from Abuja to Kaduna, and the one they are building from Kaduna to Kano, and even have to borrow another money to be building from Kano to Mararadi, and then they have built from what's it called, from Warri all the way down to Itape, right? All the way down to Itape in Ajokuta, from Itape to Ajokuta in Kogi State, and then another proposed line from Ajokuta all the way down to Abuja, and then all of this, the whole of this western corridor is almost completed. They almost completed linking them together. So the question I'm asking you is, why should the states in the eastern region, in the eastern economic corridor, now be able to come together to build infrastructure of national importance? If not the same method they did with that of other places to also build this line. So I want to ask you, why should the state come together to do this?
Okay,
and instead of the federal government? That should be the question.
Now, you see, I totally understand your concern here. And that was why when I started talking, I started with talking about Peter Obi and why me as an individual support Peter Obi, because I recognize this your concern. I see it that there is a problem with the way, as in past leaders have always focused on the Western corridor, leaving the Eastern corridor. I totally understand your worry. I totally understand your ground here. But the thing is, when these people are not doing something, we should also help ourselves first. That's my view. We should help ourselves first. Now, if we have state governors coming together to do this, to make this kind of strides and moves, God willing, we finally have someone who is inclusive like Peter Obi. He will be able to pick up from there. See, let me tell you something. You don't, because of the fact that someone refused to give you water, and then from their well, and then you say you are not going to drink water again. You go and look for another option. See, I totally get your point, but we can make some moves. We can make some progress if state governors actually are serious. See, okay, let me ask you something. When the last speaker was speaking, that speaker was talking about one commissioner that he had to approach to talk to the person about some of the things that are going on in other region and it's not happening in the southeast. Now, how did that come about? How did that happen? See, you need to watch the leaders from the southwest and the north. Watch the way they do things. They are always it's always about their people. But then when you come to the southeast, the south, we just want to be doing things in how do I put it? We just want to be doing things individually. Let's form a block. You cannot fight this battle individually. Now, the same applies to even the issue of herdsmen attack in those parts. If you don't come together, how do you fight these people? Do we even realize what this herdsmen issue is costing us as a country in terms of food production? Do we? So, I mean, a state cannot individually deal with these issues because these issues are they are actually regional and national issues. But then, look at what Aketi did in Ondo State before he passed. Was it the duty of Aketi to secure. Okay, of course, as the governor, he's part of his duty to secure a state. But then he didn't have the federal force supporting him. What did he do? He created a local vigilante group to deal with these issues. See, let's leave. We know what should be done. When what should be done is not being done, then we now have to look at, okay, what can we do within ourselves? Personally, I heard someone talking about greenhouse farming just now, and I'm just the reason why you'll be talking about greenhouse farming in Nigeria. I'm a botanist, so I'm speaking from my own field now. The reason why you'll be talking about greenhouse farming in Nigeria is because people are not farmers, herders and all of that will attack your crops if you grow them in anywhere in Nigeria. You don't need greenhouse because we have one of the best climatic conditions for crop production in the world. I'm saying this authoritatively as a botanist. So see, we know what the federal government should do, but on our own, what we should start making some strides. When we start making those strides in our regions, and then we finally see. Let me tell you, it will also, if we're able to succeed in some of these things, it will boost our political and economic standing to be able to counter whatever is going on in the West and in the North. We need this stride at the local level. I know, I agree with you. The federal government has been failing in dealing with the Eastern Corridor. Totally agree. But from that, on our own part, we need to start holding our leaders from that region. We need to hold them in the jugular. Forget what is going on. See, me, I only talk about the national on issues about security and all of that, which I know those are things that. But when it comes to local development, I'm talking about. I'm holding my councillor. I'm holding my local government chairman by the neck. I'm holding the state commissioner. I'm holding my governor because those are the ones who are directly. Okay, imagine they attack people in my village, and I'm going to call Tinubu in Abuja. How would I? If Tinubu, before Tinubu will hear my cry from Esa in Abuja, have they not finished killing everybody? Let's see. We understand what should be done, but since these people have failed to do what should be done, what are we going to do? As in, why we try to get ourselves to drag them to come and do what should be done. What are we as a people doing on our own? And that is where the state governments come in. Me, I believe if we can get our state government to put their heads together, right? To put their heads together, we can form a block and we'll be able to build that region, and it will be able to compete effectively with what is going on in the West. That is my submission. I'll give the mic here.
Okay, I want to add something real quick, please, to what this guy just said. I think that in this modern day and age, raising funds for investments or for projects such as this is not, from my experience and from what I know and my exposure, is not such a big deal as one might think it would be when you call the numbers in billions. It's not such a big deal because the truth is this: most projects like Tesla, Google, whatever you want to call Samsung, even your popular projects in the East, is all about having an architectural network that investors can clearly see and believe in. So when
Exactly.
he says that the governors or leaders of the East, now that he has seen that the rest of Nigeria, or maybe for some reason that we don't know, Nigeria as a country is focusing on the western border or the western corridor and on the north and neglecting the east, then the east shouldn't just keep for quiet, fold their hands, and be left behind. We clearly see what Dangote did. He came to Ondo State. He didn't even go to Edo. He didn't go to Rivers. He didn't go to where the oil was and open a refinery. Dangote, a private investor, came several kilometers away from where the oil is and developed, and with him and his investors created Dangote refinery. That Dangote refinery is not just a one man. It's not just a one man show. Dangote had investors as well. And then what do? They run pipelines all the way from River State, run pipelines all the way from Delta, all the way from Anambra, around all those oil lines under the ground straight to to him. Or I don't know how he gets his oil. I don't know how he gets his raw oil. So I won't speak exactly. But my point is this: when you check the statistics and the logistics, it would have made more sense if he, made that refinery where the oil is in large quantity near the natural resources. It would make more logistical sense, but he didn't do it. So this still alludes to the fact that for some reason there's this intentional drive to move investments and development away from the Eastern Corridor. When I mean the East, I'm talking about both. Like I said, I always like to call Cameroon and the East, River State, Akwa Ibom, those states, all of that. There's some reason, and we can't really tell. But my point is this: whether it's a form of self-preservation in case in the future one day Nigeria eventually divides. I'm not praying for Nigeria to divide, but I don't know if that's the intention, or maybe it is just a reflex action after what happened in the Civil War to protect their investments, and then everybody's deciding not to invest in the East. Maybe that natural instinct is still there as human beings, not to go where they fear most, even though we preach one Nigeria over and over again. But maybe that fear or psychological, is still there among the allies. That when you mention bringing investments to the East, everyone says no, and so we in the East, the leaders need to see this. Like I said before, our people in the East, both when I mean in the East, I'm not just talking about Southeast, those who survived the Civil War, and both on the Nigerian side, on the Brit and on the Biafran side, our father, they've kind of built new foundations for us, to pacify relationships. So now, this current generation, what we should be doing now is building on those foundations. So let's say if a project like a train needs to be done, what needs to simply be done? The five governors, or not just the five governors in the East, but even River State governors and Edo State governors, they can all come together and say, okay, we need investors. We need to show investors that this is a profitable venture and that they're going to gain from it. You're going to see investors run into investing in developing that that railway, because at the end of the day, when that railway is fully functional, whatever gains that come out from it, whatever tariffs, whatever money from millions of people veering that trainway, those investors are going to get percentages. Some nobody, World Bank, no, there is no bank that doesn't want to lend people money, because when they lend money, that's how they make money.
Sorry, Jack, can you see requests? Are there requests? Can you bring up people? I don't understand what happens with my own.
Sorry,
Okay, then.
are you with me or not? I'm sorry, I was cut short.
Yeah, go on, go on. Sorry.
Okay, yeah. So my
Or
point is,
another question. If any
okay,
of you can see requests, please bring up the people.
okay. So
Thank you. Or perhaps if you are the one requesting, you can just send me message so that I send you mic, because I don't understand what is happening again. I mean, continue.
yeah, it's okay, my brother. So in summary, I'm gonna summarize right now. Seeking funds for projects such as this in this day and age, with easy access to the world, outside world, with easy access to banking and financing, where nobody carries money. They don't. The $1 billion is not carried in paper. It's just written. It's just a piece of work, piece of paperwork. When you write, people sign agreements, and then the money is just wired. So, like I said, in this day and age, seeking funds for projects, especially projects that can yield massive profits, is easy. All you need to do is just get the architectural framework, and the only way you can do that is coming together as a people and showing them that if you and showing investors that if you invest in this, you're going to profit, and you're not just going to profit. Your generation is going to profit. You're going to have generational wealth. You can't tell me now that when investors come and invest in railways in the East, they're not going to get generational wealth. They're going to get generational wealth because so many people, because Railway is not just human beings that will be plying the railway. Containers will be moved on the railway. So many things. We're talking about millions of naira that will be constantly going into people's accounts without them doing nothing. So when we talk about getting money in this present day and age, I don't see that as the main issue. The only issue is how are you able to show investors what that they're going to get their return in investment. And when I mean investors, I'm talking about banks, Arab banks, world banks, Nigerian banks, even private investors. That is just it. And the only way investors can have the faith to invest in such projects is when you as a people come together. And if definitely the federal government comes, if the state government come together, it will be a witch hunt if the federal government begins to fight them on it. So let's say the state government come together and say, okay, they've agreed, they found investors, they want to start this project. And then from nowhere, the federal government will be like, no, they're not going to allow you to do it. Then now we can go to the next phase, which is negotiating with the federal government. But before you get to that level, you need to first of all have a forefront. You need to first of all come together, show a frontier that when they see from afar, they know, okay, something really reasonable is happening. But right now, all we have as leaders are just ass lickers, foot kissers, people who just want their pockets. People who naturally, even as enlightened as the South and Easterners are, when I mean and South are, normally those people wouldn't even be leaders for us. But unfortunately, we find ourselves in this predicament. That's why I say I like what Oti is doing, and I like what Governor Mbai is doing in Enugu State. You can see that competition. You can see how they're trying to put investments in those instruments that will lead to more sources of income coming into the state. Every day I check on the People of Abia website, and all I see is foreign investors coming into Abia State. So that's to tell you that this is not something that can be done. It can be done. The entire world is looking for where they will put their money into. There's nobody right now who has money, or banks who is not looking for where they're going to put their money into to get return of investment. I'm telling you right now, everybody's looking to make more money. But the only way you can do it is if you come together and show investors that you have something that they can depend on, something that they can have faith in, that can bring generational wealth. Man, this East is still ripe. I'm telling you this truth. The East is still ripe for opening. So when I'm even saying something about opening greenhouse farming in the East, is because I know if I'm able to secure greenhouse farming in the East. Last time my brother said that, my brother last say that we have the soil and everything, but I know where I come from. I know where I come from in the East. Certain things we're not able to plant because of, I don't know, maybe I will do more research into it. But certain things we're not able to plant because of the harsh weather, especially the Harmattan season, and sometimes, And like I say, tomatoes, certain vegetables like cabbage, and some legumes like all those guinea corns and all those stuff. We're not able to plant it in the East. Like when I'm in the East, I'm talking about where I'm from, like in the southeast of Nigeria. We're not able to plant it, and like I say, this is one of the shortcomings the East had during the Biafran War. That is my major reason why I said, okay, if anything at all, if I would decide to build a big mansion or whatever in the East, I'm doing quite well in the States. I could easily start doing that. But I said, no, I'm going to, first of all, do my research. I'm going to get that greenhouse up and running before anything else. So, in conclusion, what I'm saying is that, sorry, give me a minute. In conclusion, what I'm saying is that, as a people,
Jack, Jack, wait 1 second. Don't be offended. Jack, can you bring up people?
Okay.
Jack,
Can I round up?
Jack, can you hear me?
Okay.
Jack is not here.
Okay. I think I will leave at this point now. So I think I've said my piece. It's this new crop of leaders should just have that ideology of bringing the East together so that we can speak in one voice. When I mean the East, the Eastern Corridor, that's what I mean. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you. We have Pascal. I'm coming. After Pascal. Jack, are you back? Yeah, who is talking?
Ma, can you hear me?
Hello?
Yeah, I can hear you. Who is talking? Is it
Can
Jack?
anybody hear me?
I can hear you.
He asked Pascal to speak.
Yeah, Pascal,
Okay.
can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Oh, okay.
Who is
Just very
it?
quickly, I wanted to just do a quick response to Smart before you go. So, Smart, I hear you. I hear everything you say. But you see, when you want to get to a location in this life, right? You decide to either go via train. You can walk. You can also fly, right? One of the things that you people don't understand is the complexities around uh, tying agreements around states. And one of the things you need to understand is that, for me personally, I've actually I ask a lot of questions, especially people in government, because sometimes I get confused. I'm like, okay, is it that these people don't understand these things the way we see them? And then from my understanding or from a lot of people's responses around working together, I have actually grown to understand that some of the complexities around working together is that, I'll give you an example. You might come to Anambra, you might come to Southeast and say, oh, you want all the governors in Southeast to work together on a particular project. You know that a lot of people don't know that conceptualization of a project sometimes can even take more time than actual execution, right? The drawings, the feasibility studies, and all of that. So you can imagine, for example, so let's assume that all the 5 eastern states want to build a railway line, for example, and then engage a company, and then they go into feasibility studies, and Soludo tenure expires. Elections come, another governor comes in, and then the governor says, oh, this is not priority for us, we're not going to put money into this, right? They move to another thing. Because if you notice, one of the challenges we have in our government at the state level is lack of continuity, not just at the state level, even at the federal level. There are too many abandoned projects. So a river state, for example, Anamechi felt there was need for him to build a monorail, yeah, in Onitsha, in Nnewi, sorry, in Port Harcourt. And then he starts this project, built it to up to 70-80%, and then a Wike comes in and abandons the whole project. A Fubara comes in and they didn't see the need to continue in that project and all of that. Now, these are some of the challenges. So the point I'm trying to make is very simple. Why do you need to crawl or walk when you can fly? Because there is a federal government that can simply bring an investor, since this thing is their basic responsibility. Don't forget that federal government gets 52% of the federal allocation, and then only 48% are shared between the state and the local government. What does this tell you? This tells you that federal government has a humongous amount of money available to them. So why do you need to wait for states to begin to meet amongst themselves and come together to say, oh, we want to start looking for investors to come and bring money to build the railway line? But there's also another part which is very important. Now, in investment, when you're dealing with government, right, whether at the national or the subnational level, investors are always very skeptical, right, dealing with government when it comes to investment. And I will tell you why. It's just like what happened between a Chinese firm and Ogun State government, where they had to. There's no judiciary in your country that is going to give you judgment, even as an investor. So the rule of law has a huge role to play in scaring investors away from coming to deal with multiple subnational governments. You need to understand this, because this is where the intricacies comes in. Somebody, at least you want to know that if you're taking anybody to court, you're taking the federal government to court. Imagine you have to deal with multiple states when they renege on the agreement, or when another government comes and then revokes everything. But away from that, you need to also get the federal government to contribute to counterpart funding. That is very important, because they need to de-risk your investment. As an investor, you cannot come and throw in $1 billion and say, oh, you're building a railway line in Southeast. By the way, the narrow gauge line that they are building from Port Harcourt to Maiduguri, the line, they said that the project is going to cost $3 billion. $3 billion, that's roughly about 5 trillion naira. Or if not more than, 5 trillion, let's say plus or minus 5 trillion, yeah? And that is narrow gauge. So if an investor is coming, no investor is going to come and give you 5 trillion. They would expect at least a 1 trillion in a counterpart funding from you as a state government. Also, there's also the viability part. How many passengers can this move around? Now, when the passengers are not there in sight, it is the responsibility of the government to de-risk it by investing in it. Now, when you invest in it, then allow the investors to come in. What that does is that you're giving the investors confidence that no matter what, we are in this shit together with you. You can't just come and throw this thing open and say, come and put your money. So we need to also understand that part. Though I'm not an investment expert, but at least I have a slight understanding of how a typical investor behaves, because I have dealt with a couple of them myself. So that's just the point I want to make. Thank you, I yield.
Okay, please, can I respond to that? I totally get your point. I totally see all the points or the concerns you raised are very, very valid. And of course, these complications and all these intricacies, all of them, they are there. But I still believe that fine, there's especially that risk of subsequent government coming in and pulling out, and that is where I believe that when you have a, how do I put it now, when you have when you are unified in purpose on something, you approach this kind of things in such a way that the moment this has been agreed and started, the state stands to lose a lot if they decide to shift the goal or pull out subsequently. Personally, I just believe that the state government can actually do something. Let me give you an instance. Look at the fact that the ports in Lagos has practically dominated everything that has to do with import and export in Nigeria. Now, fine, railway might be so expensive. How about ports? How about all of these small things? Don't mind you, all this small infrastructure is what will necessitate larger infrastructure like a rail line. That because by the time you have ports in all those regions that don't have them, and then there's a lot of goods coming in through those regions rather than going to Lagos first, what do you have? You are now creating a need for that. See, I still believe that we can do something. I have that belief. Maybe it's just my personality or how I see things, but I know that whatever complications that we envisage, there will be ways, and that's why we have experts in every area. We only need to, if we are really serious about this, we only need to call on these experts to come. Okay, this is what we want to do. How do we make this work? That is how I see it. It is a viable option. The truth is, until we are able to get a leader who is inclusive in his policy and the developmental strides, forget it. The Eastern Corridor will continue to suffer. And I know why that is so. The rest of Nigeria is scared of the Eastern Corridor, because they know that the strong investment come from that region. Go in the West that we are all shouting. Who are those who investing in those parts? Are they not people from the West? They are. So it's high time we start prevailing on our leaders from those regions to do something, no matter how small. Start from somewhere. They say a journey of 1,000 miles starts with a step. Let's start somewhere. And then gradually we can then start pushing and pushing to get all the bigger things. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Dr. Tommy. Sorry, can anyone hear me?
Yeah, you can go on.
All
Yes,
right,
I
yes.
can.
Yeah.
Yes, I can.
Thank you for having me. And thanks for all your submissions. I've not been listening. I don't know when this started, so I haven't quite listened to everyone's submission. But I want to come in from a different angle. Maybe it has been discussed, maybe not. This in relation to the apprenticeship system we have in the Southeast, Eba Boy. You know, it has been happening for years. Many people have succeeded in their business or become relevant, or millionaires have been made through this. Many people have been empowered through this process of Eba Boy. And my thought is this: why can't the state governments, as individual states or as a combination of states, or even better still, this new Southeast Development Commission, is it possible for them to formalize this Eba Boy system, make it like through laws, make it as a formal thing to do? You know how we have students go to the universities, the others go to Polytechnic, the others go to College of Education, and so on. You know, that Eba Boy apprenticeship should be recognized by law as one of the options for young people after their basic education. And then there are ways to make it function. Number one, you regulate it, and then you can also do part funding. It can be a situation where the government provides funding or through tax cutbacks. So basically, whoever takes up a child, a young person, to Barboy with them, then there could be tax benefits or so they'll be enjoying. I know we're not that organized in the tax thing, but I'm just thinking out loud. They would enjoy setting tax cuts or whatever. We formalize it, and those young people, while they learn the trade, they can have supervisors, and this could be, I don't know, NYC, or I don't know, somebody, or even university, they can work with universities so that there are supervisors who go to where they are working, where they are learning the trade, and make sure that they're learning something, or that they're coming, or that their living situation is good, and that sort of a thing. At the end of the day, it's a long-term investment. The job of government is not just to build roads and to build, we're talking about railway station, that one I don't even tire. But these other little things that can support SMEs and increase our internal generated revenue. There's also a danger of one government starting it and another person abandoning it, like somebody just said. But I believe a commission like that Southeast Development Commission is something that would outlive different governments. So if they take this up, find a way to formalize it. At this point, I don't know if anybody's thinking about this or anybody's doing it. Even myself, it's just a thought. I haven't quite gathered how I feel like it should work, but these are the points I want to make around that. And if it becomes a popular project, then people will embrace it. It wouldn't be here where people are disrespected or looked down on because Fajr Labour Boy. No, it's just one of the things that they can do. Some people can go to the university, study mathematics, others can become engineers, others can become teachers, and themselves, they are in the trade. All that will bring money back into the state. My submission. Thank you. I'd like to hear your opinion or responses to that.
All right, thank you. let's move the mic first, then we'll come back. Okay. So Anambra 25, are you there? Anambra 25. It's not there. Okay, Deep Sky, let's hear from you again.
All right, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah, so okay, what I've heard so far, I know I was speaking earlier and then had to quickly, when I finished, I listened for a while and then had to quickly join a meeting which I finished not long ago. I'm beginning, I don't know why sometimes when we have conversations, we don't center on it. We try to make it about ourselves. We were discussing about the Eastern Economic Corridor, but from the last two or three conversations, I've been hearing mostly about Southeast, Southeast. I think so. I've heard a lot of things, which is oh, we do not have leaders, or we do not have those who know how to negotiate. Well, that might be true to an extent, but it's not entirely true. I think the problem is we do not have this sort of self-awareness on how to position ourselves first. We always try to be inclusive. And I'm talking about the Southeast now. We are now talking about Southeast. Is that we try to be inclusive and accommodating. So instead of striving so hard to remain here, you say, okay, if it's not working, let's also go to those places and support what they are doing. But coming back to the Eastern Economic Corridor thing, it is not solely the objective of Southeast to achieve. Yes, Southeast also has its own economic goals, which I think they are pursuing. Today, there's a lot of awareness. There's a lot of awareness sensitization going on about investing in the Southeast and the encouragement for governments to provide the enabling environment, look at where we have competitive advantage and try and scale from there instead of jumping on white elephant project, which I think some of the governors in the Southeast are not even doing very well because the story I'm hearing every day, either you are acquiring aircraft or you are trying to clear some palm trees so that they will install or build an international airport. I don't know how that is advancing it, but what do I know? What I think we need to do at this point is to begin to think of how to build collaboration amongst, especially young people